Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone here to the Regional Delivery Committee, and I'll ask Councillor Mackay to do the Karakia.
Thank you. Whakatakata hou ki te iru, whakatakata hou ki te tonga, ki mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. Ihi ati aka te atakura, sorry about that. Hei tū, hei hoka, hei ho hu, ti hei I Māliora.
Thank you, Claire. Now I'll ask for Yane Cranwell to do the Mihi.
Ko tēnei te ruru, tō mai nei ki haima, hiti ki haima, raka tūpoki nui o te ruru, tere ko hepo, hei ao kāwe te hei wā mauri ora. Anei anō te mihi ki au koutou ko rau i ka mai tēnei rā. Mihi ati ki a koe e te kauni here makai, mo te whakatūwhera nei i tēnei hui, nō reira tēnā koe. Ki a koutou ka kai kauni hera, ki a kā, ki a mai, ki manua nui, mo te hui i tēnei rā, ko tēnei te hui whakamutinga mo tēnei komiti, ki a koe te kai whakahaere, o tēnei komiti ki a koe, Nick, tēnā koe, mo tō mahi whakahaere tēnei komiti i tēnei wāhaka, nō reira tēnā koe, huri noa, ngā kaimahi hoki, pai ki kite a koutou tēnei rā, ki a kaha, ki a mai, ki manua nui, tūturu whiti whakamaua ki a tīna, haumi hui e, tāi ki e, kia ora.
Thank you, Yane, for that. I'll welcome you to the meeting, the last Regional Delivery Committee meeting for this triennium. I've been informed that there's a quorum present, and I'm pleased to declare the meeting open. Apologies. We have apologies from Chair Pauline, who's in Wellington, and Councillors Diche, Karakia and Davies are online. Conflicts of interest. We're informed that there's no conflicts of interest in today's items of agenda. There's no public forums, deputations and petitions, and there's no extraordinary and urgent business, and there's no notices of motions. Now we move on to 7, so we move on to 7.1, the unconfirmed minutes of the Regional Delivery Committee held on the 13th of August 2025, and these are in your meeting agenda on page 9 to 14. Is there any matters of clarification or discussion from these minutes? If not, could I thank you, Councillor Mackay. Do we have a seconder? Thanks, Councillor East. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Carried. Now we move on to number 8, reports and items for information. The first one is 8.1, Committee Resolution, Status Report for September 2025. And this is in pages 15 to 16 of your agenda, and the recommendations are on page 15. Tim Davey, Acting Director of Operations, to introduce this report.
Kia ora, Chair. The status remains as it was for the last meeting, and you can see it in the... Sorry, I'm just trying to get the paper. You can see it on page 17 of the agenda, so that there are 2 outstanding areas. One is around the dust literature review, and there was a discussion yesterday at the Strategy and Policy Commission around dust. And then the other one is the pilot nitrate and E. coli study that is being reported on today in today's meeting. And so you can see that parts of those have been complete. Certainly for the second one, it will be complete after this meeting. So, kia ora.
Thank you for that, Tim. Are there any questions of clarification? Okay, if it's not, thank you, Tim. And firstly, I put this motion up. The Regional Delivery Committee, the status of previous resolutions provided in the Regional Committee Resolution Status Report, September 25. Do we have someone to move that? Thanks, Shane. Councillor Cranwell, we have a seconder. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Mackay. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. We now move on to 8.2, the 2024-25 implementation of the climate action plans. And these are in your agenda on pages 17 to 44, and the recommendations is on page 17. We will ask Jess Burgess and Isla Hepburn to come to the table.
Kia ora, councillors. Through you, Chair. So the purpose of this paper is to update Council on the progress of both the Environment Canterbury Climate Action Plan and also the Climate Change Partnership Plan through the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. Just introduce Isla Hepburn, Senior Strategy Advisor in my team, who's also the implementation lead for the Climate Change Partnership Plan through the Mayoral Forum. So we'll tag team on any questions on the various both action plans. So in your agenda pack is the paper covers all the different progress actions that we have within the Environment Canterbury Action Plan and also the Partnership Plan, as I said. Both plans are progressing well, and we've been reporting the Partnership Plan up through the Mayoral Forum process, through the hierarchy of the Mayoral Forum, through Chief Executives and Mayors. We're on track in terms of our budgets across both work streams. There has been oversight of the work we're doing here in Canterbury from the Office of the Auditor General as well, and the feedback that we provided to the office. We had some feedback that we're progressing really well in the work that we're doing on climate change, but just had suggestions around our governance and visibility of the work we're doing, and hence why we have the action plans that we do. I'm happy to take, Chair, through you questions on either of the action plans as we go through. If there's anything specific, we can answer both, but happy to take the paper as read and just answer questions as we go through. So.
Yeah, are there any questions for clarification? Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. My only question is, has there been any impact upon the progress with the series of changes that central government have been making during their term?
Through you, Chair, not specifically in the work that we're doing here. So there are a number of actions across so the Environment Canterbury Action Plan is essentially looking at all of the work we do across Environment Canterbury. So yes, there are some things where changes have occurred that may slow progress, if you like, but this is a reflection of where there's a climate lens essentially to all of the work that we do. So you'll see within the reporting there's some stuff that's on track, or most of it's on track or not started, and there's a couple of things that are completed already as well. So, but yeah, where there is change and that's impacting what we do, it's often through other discussions that you're having as a council anyway, and what the implications of that work would be on our work streams. So.
Kia ora, thank you. And just a further one, with the partnership plan with the Mayoral Forum taking the responsibility for that, I note in the previous triennium here, this council and Christchurch City Council called climate emergencies. I'm just wondering if there is some discussion about progress through that partnership one. I'm just wondering, my understanding is Timaru, Mackenzie, Waimati, Selwyn, Ashburton, Huranui, Waimakariri and Kaikoura all voted no to declaring climate emergencies. I'm wondering, does that have any impact upon the way that the Mayoral Forum progress with climate change action?
No, so through you, Chair. So all of the councils signed up to the Climate Change Partnership Plan through the Mayoral Forum and supported that with both budget for a 3-year program of work, which we're working through and currently in year 2 of that work. As I said, it's on track, and they also lead a number of actions across the partnership plan, 10 actions within that. So each of the councils is taking a lead on particular actions. And Environment Canterbury is playing a hefty role, if you like, within the work as well, given our regional roles. So, but all of it's progressing well, and there is a commitment to that work going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Jess. Just reading through the year one stuff, it's all green, and then we go back to the themes, theme 4, and specifically the red ones in J1, J2 and J3 regarding Papatipa Runanga in terms of leadership positions on that. And I would note that in 6 on year 1 that everything's on track, and I know we're early into year 2 in terms of actually getting those leadership positions in place. But are you able to say what progress has been made? And is it being made through the Mayoral Forum, or is it being made through Te Raupitoia? So J1, J2, which is on page 31 of 76, J1, J2, J3, and it's headed up, it's red, and it says not started, they're all not started. But when you go to 6 on year 1 results, where it's green, in terms of talking about Papatipa Runanga, it says everything's on track. So I'm just wondering, how far on track is it? I know we're early into year 2 of this, Jess, so my apologies for that. It's the last item on page 39.
Sorry, I'm tracking where you're where you're at now. Sorry, you've jumped from the ECAN Climate Action Plan into the Partnership Plan, and a similar action in that respect as well. So, yeah, no, so we have commenced discussions with Papatipa Runanga through the work that we're doing, and that has been a slow discussion to this point, but something that we're certainly going to be picking up in the next phase of the work this time round. So just in the year 1 work, so there's an overlap between the Partnership Plan and ECAN Climate Action Plan actions. So work that's happening in the Mayoral Forum space is reflected in our Climate Action Plan. There's a duplication of effort there. So the Runanga actions, we've been working through scoping in year 1 of the partnership, the Mayoral Forum's partnership plan. Year 1 is about scoping the actions and then getting on in year 2 to delivering those actions. So each of those are at various stages of progress, and our conversations are continuing with Papatipa Runanga at this stage.
So a supplementary question to that, Jess, is that a specific work program that staff are doing with the Mayoral Forum to achieve those things, or does that come through a mechanism within this building like Te Raupitoia?
That's what we're currently working through as the best mechanism to do that and have those further conversations.
Yeah. And I guess the other question there is the representation across the Papatipa Runanga. You've got the Peninsula Yeans people and you've got Nooks people, and I was just wondering, how is a consistent representation to be achieved? Given that it's a Mayoral Forum thing, you would have thought that individual Papatipa and individual councils would want representation for themselves. So is there any clue at all about how that might play out?
Part of the work that we're doing at the moment is supporting the councils to understand where they're at with those conversations with the Runanga in their council areas, and understanding those climate related requirements from Papatipa Runanga across the Takiwā. So we're in that phase of, I guess, if you like, exploration. That's probably the right way of putting it at the moment, having the conversations, talking to the entities around what further work do we need to do together and how do we support each other on this work. So that's kind of where we're at, early days at this stage. So
Thanks, Jess, for that. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Question about the budgets for the Mayoral Forum work on this. So are the budgets sufficient? And I know that in one of the actions, there was one of the other councils was to be the lead, but we've stepped in and augmented because we have particular expertise, for example. So how do the budgets for the Mayoral Forum work out?
Yes, we have sufficient money at this stage, and if there's further, as we progress the work, and if there was something further down the track that we need to come back to the Mayoral Forum and to the broader councils, then we will. But we were underspent in year 1. We carried over some money into year 2. This is a multi-year program of work. There is work that we do at Environment Canterbury that benefits the partnership plan, and actions are reflected in both plans. And so, yes, we have worked with our budgets and the partnership budget to work through the work at the right time. So, but we are on track in terms of budgets, and we do have sufficient money to do the work that we're doing. So, and as I said before, some of the actions are further progressed than others. And that's also due to just resourcing across the organisations as well, representation from each of the partner councils in the working group space, and just how fast we can move on certain actions within the capacity that we have at the time. So.
It's a supplementary question. In terms of the work that's being done on this, how often are you anticipating bringing the work and the progress to the whole council? Because noting that the mayoral forum is the mayors and the chair, and then there's some the working group that can have other different representatives on there, but I think it's still just one representative for each council. Given that the majority of the work has to be done through each individual council's work programme and therefore locked into annual plans and long-term plans, like getting enough support and recognition of the importance and the progress is really critical. And so do you feel that there is enough engagement with the whole of each of the councils in order to ensure that the budgets end up in each council's system? Because I'll say from my point of view, I feel like we haven't had as much visibility of this as we perhaps should have, and at the government level as well, climate change generally seems to have dropped off a lot of the radar, and I feel like we need to keep it higher. But please respond. Thank you.
Absolutely. So as I said before, the partnership plan for climate change through the mayoral forum, and I'll just keep reiterating the difference between the two. The partnership plan actions, we've been scoping the deliverables for those this year. So they cover things like adaptation, emissions reduction, the Runanga engagement, risk visualisation, blue-green network, etc. So there's a number of different things in that space. So I'm happy to brief council as much as you would like or as little as you would like on all of the work that we do in this space, obviously within the capacity of the council to enable that. So I think as we move into the next triennium, I'd be happy as we settle the committees and work out the forward briefing schedule and the work program, happy to bring forward any parts of the partnership plan that might be of more interest. Some things are just progressing and you might not be as interested in, but other things like emissions reduction or adaptation, the work as that progresses and what we can bring through to council and brief you on, happy to do so. I think similarly this applies, and we've talked about it in the Strategy and Policy Committee as well, about some of the other work streams within the mayoral forum, like the energy work, or there's discussions around regional deals and housing and other bits and pieces. So happy to brief council on all of that work to the extent that the council wishes to be briefed on it. So, but it's certainly not an intention not to keep you informed. And in terms of quarterly reporting and things, quarterly reporting for the ECAN Climate Action Plan. We will be taking that up through the various core service leadership groups that we have internally and up through executive team as well. It was intended to only bring to this council on an annual basis. But we could build into our core service reporting a climate lens on where things have progressed as well. So talking to Carmen Marsh, our organisational performance manager, we could build that aspect into there as well. It's just as how fast the things progress within each of the plans as well. So some things progress faster than others. So there's only so much to tell at a point in time.
Final question was later in our agenda today is a paper on drinking water and a study in a very specific area, but noted in the climate, we always have that section which I think is great, is the climate change and implications, and the expectation is that there will be an increasing problem with nitrates flowing through into the groundwater and with E. coli as well, with the climate weather, like increased storms and the like. So is that, I know we've got like drought and flood risk and those things in, is the risk to drinking water actually specifically within our sort of, on our, being looked at as part of this work. And there's also a link with emissions in terms of, the more treatment you have to do, and if we're having to put in treatment for nitrates, there's an energy intensity around that. So there's actually an interlink between emissions and, risk to groundwater. So is that something that we have within our work programme?
Kia ora, and through the chair, there's no specific project on that per se. However, key to both plans is understanding the risks that we will experience due to climate, and we will be revisiting and reviewing the Canterbury Climate Change Risk Assessment as well the year after next. So there's an opportunity there to be looking at more of those detailed risks.
I think the last climate change risk assessment we completed was 4 or 5 years ago now, so it's due to be reviewed and updated. So so that'll be built into our work programs as we go forward. I think it was started. It was just about nearing completion when I started here at Environment Canterbury.
Thank you, Jess. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Jesse. Just a few questions from me. Page 19, clause 13. Sort of describes some of the reporting processes, and there's a bullet there that says quarterly reporting to core service leadership groups. So does that mean that that's an internal group? Is that, so I think your suggestion that you would bring that information to council would be really useful, because a bit like Councillor Southworth, I feel a lack of visibility, and given the Office of the Auditor General's request that we make it all of the stuff visible to governance or governors, that would be useful. So is that possible?
Yeah, as I said before, through your chair. Sorry. Yep. So happy to. We through the core service leadership groups, which are an internal senior leadership group that is monitoring how the progress of each of the core services is progressing. We could bring the climate change related aspects of that through with our quarterly performance reporting that we bring to council. So that's where I mentioned before, Carmen Marsh is our organisational performance manager. Within the reports there, we can have a climate aspect lens to that as well, which rather than bringing through a 10 or so page paper on every single action, which is quite a considerable effort to pull that together, we can update on the key things that have shifted since the last report, if you like.
Yes, because I find this format really informative against the documents that we've got in terms of the plans. But look at the mechanism of coming to the regional delivery and a quarterly would be really useful. Whether it's a traffic light kind of thing, that it's not being actually, to simplify it, but I don't mind if it comes as a supplementary briefing exactly like you've got here, because it is very good to see what's happening. My other question was, that addresses quite a few things actually. Probably that's probably going to come to in terms of operational overall, in terms of item 16 on page 19 as well. Just so that we're aware of what's happening. If there are things happening on the ground, what are they, and how is that reported to us? Certainly, our communities feel as though they're not, conveying that to our communities and doing that on that quarterly thing as well would be really useful. And that's possible. Okay. Item 22 in terms of, it was page 22, in terms of finance. We went out, I think it was either a long-term plan or an annual plan with the idea to seek public support for the idea of a climate levy. And there was considerable high-level support for the idea of a climate levy. We didn't proceed with the levy as such, on the understanding that those climate issues would be through everything that we do. But given the comments in the partnership report that we are also contributing some costs and helping to finance some of the partnership costs. Do you think that it's appropriate, maybe you can answer it, that appropriate to reactivate the idea of a climate levy across, as a general rate?
Councillor Edge, this is a very hard question for staff to answer.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's...
But Mr. Chair, I think it's important to note, as a matter of fact, that was voted down by the council, so there wasn't support for that motion.
No, it wasn't voted down. It was basically decided that that the explanation from the staff at the time was okay, but given a couple of years on, but look, I can probably mention that in the debate a little bit more as well. Page 35. Yeah, no, look, I'll leave that. I think I've.
Okay, is there any questions from any other councillors? If not, thank you, Jess and Ola, you now for that. You now can leave the table. We'll put the motion up.
Chair, just flagging an amendment, proposed amendment.
Okay. Okay, so thanks, Councillor Scott. Do we have a seconder?
Oh no, I've been not. No.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'd like to propose an amendment. Just an additional amendment, bringing into the recommendations the items in next steps, bringing all those forward, 42 and 43, and include a new one called, which perhaps staff could bring up, but it's I'm suggesting quarterly updates to council on the ECAN Climate Action Plan. It's been indicated that that's possible, but I think it would be good to have that visibility within a resolution for all of those. Is there a second? Will you second?
Can we just have a quick adjournment, please, to sort out the wording?
Okay.
So we'll just adjourn the meeting for a minute. Okay, thank you. We have number 7 there, which notes that the quarterly updates, Environment Canterbury Action Plan and the Canterbury Climate Partnership Plan will provide to the Council through the Council's quarterly performance reporting process. So Councillor Scott and Councillor Mackay are happy to, with this additional motion. Councillor Scott, would you like to? Okay. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Southworth?
Just keep it really short, but it's great to see it all this work and the plans all sort of consolidated into one paper and the progress that's being made. It's clearly a lot of progress to continue to make, but I feel it's really good to see it all here, and really supportive of what the staff have done, and hope that the councils here on after continue to be supportive and make sure the budgets are there to actually deliver on what we need to do. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councillor?
Chair, do we need to advise that it's an amendment proposed by me?
It's an update.
Well, I mean, it's process. Yeah.
An update.
It's just...
It'll be recorded in the minutes anyway.
Okay.
Councillor Cranwell?
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I'm really happy with this Mihi, similar to Councillor Southworth. The work that's been going on. But just to also acknowledge Councillor Scott, great questions. You took all my questions in the question time. But yeah, we just want to keep an eye on that partnership plan and make sure that Runanga in year 2 that it actually is followed up. But as I said, it's in the partnership plan as well. So the work is continuing. So really happy for this work to continue and with the support the update as well there on 7. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Cranwell, for that. Any other discussion? Councillor Edge?
Just to put in terms of the discussion I was saying before, I would appreciate probably in the next triennium to run past the councillors or the next council the idea of reactivating the climate levy as part of the long-term plan or an annual plan, given that this issue will continue to rise, and maybe one of the issues for the levy was identification of what it would be used for, and maybe addressing that at a time. But I think it's something that needs to be picked up, in my view, to ensure that there is adequate funding going forward for whatever event might arise, but also to support the actions that we have in both of those documents that have come about since the levy was proposed.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Scott? Oh, sorry, Councillor Mackay? No, so Peter, you can have the last say.
Yes, I've got just a little bit to say about this. I think this is a good thing. I think one of the things I think is that, and I was part of the discussion at the Mayoral Forum when we talked about this, the implementation of climate action across the region. And one of the things that came back from the mayors pretty strongly is that emotionally they needed to be in this space with their constituents because of the effects that were happening. And, you just look at where we are down there in terms of loss of some of that coastal margin and inundation of coastal communities and those sorts of things. So that's why they're in there. However, having said that, I think that it's a messy arrangement from our point of view. The work's done, and the work's pretty much done in here. And led by the Mayoral Forum. Now, I think there needs to be a better link with the Mayoral Forum on this. And I think that in the next triennium, whoever's here around this table needs to push on this with the Mayoral Forum, because they have a mayoral champion for this, as I mentioned earlier. And I just, for everyone's sake, whether you agree with it or not, we just need to keep this work in front of people, because it is the thing that people talk about. I know you talk about it all the time, Councillor Rich. And we have numerous discussions about that, and Councillor Southworth. So, look, I'm pretty happy with this, Nick, but I think that the link that we have, and there's a bit of confusion between the Mayoral Forum and what happens in this building, needs to be taken forward a bit more strongly. Thank you.
Thank you for those thoughts, Councillor Scott. If there's no more discussion, we'll put this motion to the vote? All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Carried. Thank you. We now move on to 8.3, the regulatory services update, which is on pages 45 to 49 of the agenda, and the recommendations are on page 45. I now ask for Paul Pulse to come forward and talk to us.
Kia ora, Chair, Council. So this is our regulatory update. We've had two separate papers, a consent paper and a compliance paper, but we took the opportunity to try and combine our regulatory papers together, so it shows the work across the two activities. And so I'm going to hand over to, I'll introduce Nadia McLean, who's our regional lead in consent, and Henry Winchester, who's our consents manager, is away today. So Nadia's agreed to step in and take you through the consenting portion. And you know Jennifer Rochford as well, who's our compliance manager. So I'll just hand over to Nadia first.
Kia ora. I'm just going to take the paper as read, however, I want to highlight a few things. We consider our timeframe compliance at risk as of Q1. However, it is too early to comment as to how that will impact the year, but we are closely watching this. We are actively working on ways to meet this, including actively processing new consents. Our lag consents are all booked in and scheduled for hearings, and we have active work streams in process, including the Smart and Enabling Regulator to improve processes, and you will hear further on this later in the day, I believe at the end of your agenda.
Thank you, Nadia, for that. Have you got something to say, Jen?
I'll just do a brief overview of the compliance portion of the paper, but most of it taken as read. I just wanted to cover off Service Measure 5, specifically Table 1. This is where we're moving more to compliance measures that demonstrate that the work of compliance actually achieves a reduction in compliance risk for the organization. So we have 6 targeted categories: community drinking water supplies, simple water takes, and then the remainder are 4 areas where we're reducing the significant non-compliance. So the first 2, the community drinking water supplies and the water takes, those are impacted by, if they haven't been monitored in over 3 years, those would be shown as a high risk of non-compliance, only because it's risky that we have not been there. The remainder are significantly non-compliant. We know that they are. Those bottom 4 are known significant non-compliances that we want to resolve as per our normal work. But we're trying to give you different measures to demonstrate that the work that we do will result in a reduction of compliance risk. And so that's what that table is showing there. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Jen. Is there any questions? Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. So the representation of those, is it 119 in total within those boxes and under 21? I think there's 100% of them. There's 86 of them anyway that are 100% high risk. Are they, so spatially, are they represented across the region or are they clustered? That's the first question.
So they're set out in to align to our area-based teams. So we have a north, central, south, and urban team. So each of those targeted categories in the bottom 4, the first one's north, central, south, urban. So they are not clustered within that zone, but they're within that area. Yeah.
And my second question, or the next question, is the fact that the high risk of non-compliance in terms of community drinking water zones or supply zones, is that from E. coli or is it from other contaminants?
We've identified consents that are discharge related. And so it is within the community drinking water supplies. So there is a potential for E. coli, but there may be others. We're just trying to identify, mainly what we're trying to demonstrate is we can use our compliance service to, when there is an identified issue in the community, we can build targeted campaigns to ensure that our compliance service is being delivered well. And so we're trying to demonstrate this with community drinking water supplies, that we can identify the activities that are within those zones that could potentially impact that zone.
So do the numbers then represent 100% of the discharges that you're talking about for community water supplies, or is that just the risky ones?
It is just a small subset. We have identified the community drinking water supplies that are most at risk, and we've targeted them. However, this is a very small portion of the overall compliance work that we will do. We monitor many more consents than this. What we're trying to show Council is that we want to work in a different way, where we're identifying risk and we're targeting our compliance efforts to resolve that risk. So we've taken, because this is the first year where we're working in this way, and so we've chosen a small number to ensure that we're giving ourselves time to change our processes, to change our digital systems, to enable this new way of working in compliance. And so it is only a small subset. It does not mean that we won't do further monitoring in other community drinking water supplies, but we have to deliver on this one as a service measure.
One more, because I've just thought of something. So does this include, do it include both diffuse discharges and so what I mean above ground and below ground, so nitrates coming from septic tank systems and other discharges?
Yes. So it includes any discharges, really. So point taken that generally community drinking water supplies are for E. coli or pathogens, but we are monitoring all discharges when we're doing the community drinking water supply work. Yeah.
Councillor Sacknell.
Thank you for this. I might be sort of jumping ahead, but I'm looking at this push in risk and assessment and compliance, and then I'm thinking about freshwater farm plans or farm environment plans, and I get a feeling we've all got dual processes, and as we move towards the freshwater farm plan, I'm concerned that we will have one set of rules here and have to comply to a second set of rules, which goes against government policy and a whole bunch of what I thought we were ultimately trying to achieve with freshwater farm plans or morphing into freshwater. So how does this relate, and how do you believe it will relate, where I see dual processes happening here, which only further muddies and makes it a more complicated space for our consent holders and folk out there?
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that we're working on. So with the shift in approach, as we've spoken about previously, our previous compliance approach was working consent by consent. We now want to work at a property level and understanding from the resource user or from the farmer's perspective. And so we now need to understand, if you're looking in the rural perspective, the various consents that they may hold, and then how does that result in an overarching risk. And so we have to look at a farming land use consent and a dairy effluent consent and their water use consent and all of those to understand where do we actually need to put our efforts based on the risk that's identified collectively at a property level.
You happy with that, John?
I'm not convinced that we're going to simplify a system. Yes, I understand the risk, but I just have a nervousness about what it looks like on the ground in time. When, I guess, if I use my own, if my dairy effluent is compliant and it's been compliant for a couple of years, and my data is telemetered in from my irrigation, and I have an A audit on my dairy farm, I think I'm really compliant, but how do we assess my risk when I have compliance across all those metrics? But where do I sit? Because I get a feeling that we still consider it a risk, even though I'm demonstrating reasonable compliance.
Can I just come in quickly?
Yes.
Through you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that later this afternoon we've got a briefing on the Smart and Enabling Regulator, and some of the things that you're talking about in here are very much part of that, which is bringing in a range of information easily to be able to demonstrate compliance, and that includes out of view the audit and other pieces of information. So I just wanted to highlight that we will be covering some of these later this afternoon, but I didn't want to step in too much on Paul or Jen and anything they wanted to add to that.
Thank you, Tim, for that. Have Paul and Jen, have you got anything to add to that? Or we leave it for later?
Yeah, sorry, we're just agreeing what I was just saying to Jen as well. The risk matrix takes into account why the compliance matters. So as we become more sophisticated, if there's things like an A or B audit grade, well, that would be a demonstration of compliance in it. And so the risk would be reduced on the basis that those things are already known. So as you progress, it's unlikely that you would need to monitor them as readily as you would in the past because you've got other indicators of compliance. So that as that develops, that will start to become a little bit more obvious.
Thank you for that, because I guess it's one of the things that gets highlighted occasionally on the campaign trail. If consent holders are showing compliance, what is the benefit for them if they are still being whacked around the ears, even though they're compliant? So there has to be some benefit from being compliant, and maybe that is a less rigorous audit kind of process or cost or whatever. So I appreciate that comment, because that's an issue coming back to us from constituents going, I am compliant, I have this, and this, but I still feel like I'm being whacked around the ears. What is the benefit for me being compliant? I might as well just be lazy because I feel like I get whacked anyway. So thank you for that one.
Councillor Mackay.
Two questions. I'll go back to the consents planning one. Obviously outlined there in Service Measure 2 that, that we are jumping from a last year overall time compliance of 62% to our aspirational target of 95. Now, you just mentioned, I'm sure I heard you correct, saying that all the lag ones are scheduled for hearings now, which is that an update from the bottom point 18, which it says that should be scheduled by December 2025.
So they're all, they are all scheduled for that. Correct, yep.
So why is it that if they're all scheduled now, why is it that we can't actually foreshadow what that statutory time frame will look like now on those lag ones? Because presumably my understanding is that the hearing commissioner, once it gets into the hearing process and we've done the delegations and stuff, I'm not hearing that that's the problem end. I'm hearing it's the front end. Am I correct there, or are we still actually having problems meeting timelines through the actual hearing process?
Those, I'm calling them lag consents because that's what we've referred them to. They still are encompassed in our yearly timeframe compliance data. So until they're completed and decided and the hearings are closed, they will still impact our overall timeframe compliance. Is that
That's true, and I suppose and it's not complete till it's complete, so there could be further delays as well. So that's why we probably have to still report them as in that way. But the main point is they have been scheduled. The point is that I think we said in the report should be cleared incomplete by December of this year, and that frees up the timeframe compliance then. The other matter I'd probably make, Councillor, is that we're working really hard for any new consents that come through the door that hit that 95% timeframe compliance. So.
Yeah, I definitely, through your chair, acknowledge the effort there and that we are getting around 80%. But so it is scheduled and completed by 2025 now. Sorry for digging in on this, but I think it's quite important for us to try and meet.
So totally agree. We really should be telling you when we're going to have this completely moved on, and that's the estimate, I suppose. And so we're communicating that today. Yeah.
Through you, Chair, I have a second question around the compliance, and I guess it probably touches a little bit on what John was asking, Jen. Your focus around the compliance is only when you're doing it on a property basis is only on the consents. Or are you looking at compliance with any rule that's any one of our 1,000 rules that's in the plan as well?
The focus is on consent monitoring. There is an occasion where permitted activities may be part of the discussion, but absolutely our focus is on compliance monitoring. That's what we're out there to do. But often the conversation comes up with the resource user around questions around permitted activities, and we certainly want to allow that discussion to happen.
Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I've got two questions, and these come from widespread complaints from across the region and a variety of activities from industrial to agricultural, and it goes to some of the questions that it's a sort of addition to some of the questions Claire was asking about meeting timelines. But the common refrain from people who are applying for consents is that your teams are making consent, what should be relatively simple consent application or renewals, very complicated and therefore expensive, and then they complain about threats and various other things. Others who are perhaps less frequently involved in the process are saying, there doesn't seem to be any help. So we're told that we've got to get a consent for this activity. We solve that issue, and then they find another issue, and then another issue, and they keep saying no, 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 rather than actually you need to do it this way. And that's ranged from trucking yards to community water supply consent applications. So I guess my question is around the timelines. I'm less concerned about the timelines, but I am concerned about the timelines, but my concern is are we making it more difficult than we need to for these consent applications? And we had a report a couple of weeks ago which showed that if you take out the bottom 500 consent applications, the average cost now is to the applicant is in excess of $30,000 for an application. And then the second part of the question is then it goes to duration. So are we putting people through a complicated process, giving them still giving them short-term consents at what is significant cost? Because if we are, then I'm less concerned about the timelines. I'm more concerned about the financial impost in our community and the drag that has on people's ability to go through these processes. And the main issue spills off into the reputation for this council with central government in terms of us being the roadblock to financial recovery for the economy.
I'll leave the durations bit to the end, but I'll sort of talk to the sentiment of being difficult to work with or complicated. We have done, since backlog or during backlog, we've done a number of initiatives to improve our communication with the practitioners that we work with regularly. We developed the What Does Good Look Like guide, and I think that's been highly successful. That's not to say there aren't challenges, and not to say that I also hear feedback similar to what you've said, that in certain circumstances we could be simpler or easier to work with. So I think in part some of that is true, but it's not collectively all the consent process. We do sometimes just because of complexity or change in staff, things can get difficult. So I think I accept that. I think if we focus on this afternoon's conversation around the smart and enabling regulator conversation, the elements of process efficiencies, improvements in that will continue to take place. I am open to feedback from the consultants, so we've made it very clear that I'm available to look at those case-by-case examples. But on the whole, I think we are processing in an efficient way as best we possibly can. I think we're trying to ensure that when an application is lodged, that staff member stays with that application, so trying to limit the amount of change. I think we're delivering within, I think, Nad, you might help me, our process in terms of handling times are reducing as well. That's another example of where I think we're finding efficiencies. Does that mean that I'm totally satisfied? No, I think we've got things that we can continue to do, and I think we'll talk more about that this afternoon. I might let Nadia talk about the durations piece.
Kia ora. Due to the uncertainties around the future planning timelines around the RM reform, we have less reliance on one of our region-wide policies, 4.11, which gives us guidance in terms of durations for consenting. So we've recently looked at what is appropriate in terms of recommending durations. Instead, a 10-year duration is typically recommended as a starting point. This is in relation to water consents. But when we're looking at duration, we look at a whole range of factors, not just policy. There may be sub-regional policy that is more applicable and specific, for example, catchment durations, environmental effects, what the applicant has put forward in terms of duration, etc. Did you have any specific questions around?
I guess I had two people came to me about duration for water take consents, as you say. Ironically, they were across the road from each other. My advice was to them was to appeal the decision. One was offered 6 years and the other one, no, they were both offered 6 years. One appealed and one didn't, and the one who appealed got 15 years and the one who didn't appeal is still stuck with 6 years. So it seems to me there's a degree of inconsistency. If we can agree to 15 years and one consent, I need a bit of persuading. And look, I think that we need to address that because it makes us look like, it doesn't make us look that smart. But Paul, if I can just say, in terms of the complexity of consents and those things, people come to me when they're frustrated and pissed off, and so I only hear about the ones that are frustrated. So I don't know whether what I'm hearing is a cross-section of all consent applications or whether it's just the gnarly ones, but because we as a councillors, we don't get to see every consent application, so I have no idea of what's the real issues, but I certainly hear about the people who get annoyed about things. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Edge.
Thank you. Jen, my comments really are about page 47, table 1, and the high to medium risk activities. It is a wee bit disconcerting that all of those are high risk, potential non-compliance, and that there's so many of them. Even though you've divided them into north, central and south, what I would like to see is a map showing some dots on a map to say there is a cluster here and a cluster there, so that in terms of spatial context, it will help the understanding of trying to resolve where are the major issues in terms of a sub-catchment, for example. Is it, those sort of things are pretty important, really, just to understand for the public about where is the problem, so that we can actually drill down and say this catchment and this catchment, or is it dotted all over the place and it's an individual thing, or is it something specific to a group of properties that are, continually being non-compliant, or they've got some, or they're so complex, and where are they, and how does that relate to all of those groundwater issues that we've got, surface water? It's just that relationship. So for me, is that something that's possible for us to visibly see where these are in each of those north, south, and central?
I'm not sure that a visual map of these would help council. These are varying activities. So some might be air discharge, some might be a discharged water. So when we're saying that they're a significant non-compliance, it also means that we're working with them to ensure they have an action plan in place to resolve. And what we're trying to show council is that that the work that we do resolves these issues. An assumption cannot be made that if there's a significant non-compliance, that there's a significant effect on the environment. That is not, sometimes maybe, but it also may be that it's just a persistent non-compliance that is not being resolved and it keeps escalating. So we have to escalate our enforcement response to that. So I'm not sure if it would be appropriate to provide a map, because it wouldn't actually give you the picture. What we're trying to do in compliance is to give council confidence that the work that we do is ensuring that the service that we provide is delivering on a compliance status for resource users, so that if there is an issue in the environment, you have confidence that it's being resolved. Meaning if there's an issue in the environment, you have confidence that it's not a compliance issue that's impacting on that, because we are ensuring that the non-compliances are being resolved.
Thank you for that, Jen.
I suppose for me, I don't have the assurance at the moment where these are, and I would think that a map that identify, because this chart doesn't tell me that some of them are water related and some of them, but you could color code that quite easily. So there are mechanisms in terms of mapping and spatial mapping that you could actually make that better. But supplementary question, Chair, is related to page 48, item 28. Compliance, we've only received 20% cost recovery, and we've just changed our cost process. Could you let us know what are the issues of not being able to recover at this time full compliance costs?
Yep. So that's correct. I think the target was 30% for the previous year, and we've achieved 20. Some of the reasons for that are we've been through a departmental restructure that had some impacts. We had some vacancies. We're also, as part of the compliance improvement program, doing work that was making a difference in terms of the way that we deliver our compliance improvement, but not necessarily easy to recover. So some of those impacts played out last year. What I can say for this year is, and some inconsistencies around charging as well with new staff. What I can confirm this year is those issues around inconsistencies have been addressed. We have got hopefully not as many vacancies that we did have the previous year. And with that, more experienced officers, so they can charge. When you're new, you can't charge at the same level as an experienced officer if you take a point. So those things are being rectified. I can also confirm that towards the end of last year, we started to hit that 30% target. So those process improvements are starting to take effect. So important measure to meet this year. working really hard to do it. It'll be reported through your quarterly reports. So my message to you today is we're doing our very best to improve those processes, give staff the clarity they need in terms of the recoveries, and hopefully hit those targets. So,
thank you for that, Paul. Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora koutou. Kia ora, Jen. Nei te mihi atu ki a koe. Just in regards to point 4 on page 45, as you know, that runanga have sign off on resource consents with conditions, but then they kind of seem to get frustrated because they know monitoring's happening, but there's probably the compliance and enforcement that follows up after that has been a real issue. And then now the runanga used to sign off consents, but now it's the Papatipu runanga environmental entities with the prees. And I know you've been working with down at Arowhenua, and just probably making sure that the other prees are involved, and especially probably in Kaikoura as well, because I know that they have a real issue with the compliance and have multiple complaints that have come through, not only to myself and Councillor Korako, but also probably to yourself and to your team, Paul, as well. So just an update on that, on where that's going, and making sure that all the prees have been involved. Kia ora.
Kia ora. This is the bit of the work that I love the most, and I feel very proud of what compliance has been doing in this space. So we have our engagement with Waitaki Environmental Consulting has been going on for a year now, and we now have a service level agreement with them. They are sitting in on our compliance meetings. They're even involved now in our more management level discussions around compliance improvement. And Maha Nui is probably the next one. They've really, what we're doing with the other Papatipu Runanga entities is opening up the door and simply asking to what degree do they want to be involved. Waitaki Environmental was absolutely ready and able, and so we could just hit the ground running. Maha Nui is hot on their heels, and I would say Whitiora is the same. Kaikoura, we had a very good hui a few weeks back where they're open for the discussion and starting to think about the opportunity for engaging in this, and we also have to think about how do we enable that, so it's one thing for them to want to engage, but how do we allow that, even financially. Okaha is also has the same offer. They're getting a little bit more interested in specific activities like fish greens and things like that, and so that's fine. So it's all open to them on how do they want to engage in this and which things do they want to be involved with. What were you going to say? I'm just trying to think of something. I've lost my train of thought. You go ahead.
Oh, and just to maybe Nadia, and our conversations around consenting continue as well, and how can we best support that process and work with them to make back to previous questions around more efficient and clearer for all parties concerned. That continues as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor East.
Thank you. First of all, just my compliments on the work that's happening in regulatory services. I'd just like to focus on, in the key points, point 3, the 3 priority work streams. And the third one I agree with entirely, and I commend you for that piece of work. The other two are a couple of questions with regard to risk-based compliance and automating water use. Automating water use, I'd just like to perhaps have a little expansion on what's going on there. It's one area that perhaps we get chastised with over allocations, and so I'm curious to sort of know what activities happening in that automating water use consents arena. That's the first question.
This links very much to Service Measure 5. So what we're trying to do here is take simple water takes, and with the data that's submitted by a consent holder, we want them to get an automated reply and maybe even regular updates on how they're tracking with their water use. So if we think about the risk framework that we're developing or have developed but trying to implement in compliance, where we want everyone to be is demonstrating compliance. And so right now with water users, they submit the data, but we have to manually check that. We want them to know that they've submitted the data and everything's okay in a more automated way. We have a lot of water takes, and so we want to do this, especially for those simple ones. They should get a reply back if they're submitting their data to us. So it's as simple as setting up digital tools to enable a better engagement with those resource users on how they're tracking on their water use.
And with respect to risk-based compliance, and I acknowledge the comments of Councillor Sunkel about how in his environment he's required to have be assessed on a number of fronts. And so I'm wondering really, and I'm quite a fan of risk-based matrix, whether the same sort of analysis could be incorporated in the actual application of for consents, identifying quite clearly the potential risks and consequences at that early on stage. And I'm of the opinion, and I like your opinion, as to whether that could be of value in streamlining some of the what's the word I'm looking for, consternation that applicants come with their applications. Councillor McKenzie saying, he has a great deal of frustration, people exercising their frustration over their applications. So I'd like to think that we could perhaps develop a system, and maybe the risk-based matrix may be something, a tool that could clearly identify where we're steering with identifying risks and processing the application. And too often I'm hearing councillors fielding objections and frustrations about how we may be muddling and making things more complex. So do you have an opinion on that approach?
Absolutely. So when we're working on this, the reason you're getting one paper now is because consents and compliance have to work seamlessly together. And I can say that there has been a huge amount of improvement in that. And so there's already in the fees and charges policy some reflection on the different risk levels and the deposit charge. But I think where the real opportunity for improvement on this is in the that last one, early engagement on consent renewals. So what we're doing now when we're planning for all the consent renewals that are coming in, we're looking 2 years ahead. So we're saying, okay, we have these applications that are going to come in about 2 years' time. What do we need to tell them now that's different? So they may not know that the planning framework has changed, that the regulations have changed, and that they're going to have to change how they do their activity on the ground. And so we need to start engaging with them early before they get into the consent process. Even more important for me, their obligations around compliance will change. So previously, when someone's applying for consent, the discussion around compliance does not exist. It has to exist before they apply, because the conditions they put on that consent results in a different cost for compliance. And so the whole point of the Compliance Improvement Project is to ensure that we are very clear about how a resource user would demonstrate compliance, and we're setting up our internal processes and our internal systems to ensure that they can demonstrate proactively. It was exactly what Councillor Sunkel and Mackay were talking about earlier. So rural properties, how would they demonstrate their compliance? They're doing it through an A grade, they're doing it through their water data, they're doing it through their dam certifications and things like that. So that's the opportunity to really change this and have an understanding of the different risk levels, not just in compliance but also in consents through those consent renewals.
Thank you. That's quite encouraging, and it does almost sound like at that early intervention, perhaps we are developing a risk-based matrix to assess where we are going with new legislation and other things that may be different to compliance from the original consent. But certainly I'm encouraged that if we are adopting that sort of a process some months or years before the application is renewed, that's very encouraging. Thank you.
There's an opportunity. There's an opportunity to keep councillor updated of those consent renewals processes. It starts to play out because it's important that we track the improvements that we're looking to make, and just remind you also that we've got a briefing later on today where some of those themes probably will come back up again for discussion. Okay,
thank you for that. So just we've got Councillor Southwood, Swiggs, Robertson, Mackay, Burns, and Mackenzie. So I have got all your names written down just in case you're wondering. So,
yeah, thank you. So actually, my question I was going to ask around cost recovery has been answered, but I would just like to clarify in terms of some of the costs that Councillor Mackenzie mentioned before. So just to flag that it's around 10 of our consents out of nearly 1,300 came in at $75,000 and above, so 10 out of nearly 1,300. And we have around 40, we had around 40 of the consents went out for public or limited notification, and I understand those are the particularly expensive ones, and those are usually, and perhaps this is the question, is can you clarify that my understanding is correct, that those are the sorts of consents that are the most at risk of being impactful, have complex conditions that need to be worked through, need a lot of assessment of environmental risks and so on that come through from experts and the like. So there's a sort of reason why those are expensive. So yeah, just to clarify that. And also to perhaps could elaborate that, so we have 0.4% of consent applicants in last year were declined. So that's 5 out of nearly 1,300. And the reason being, I believe, is because we have like a pre-app process that consent applicants take some advice before they go through the very expensive process. So in a sense, what I'm saying is it's not really a punt. When you go out for a consent, you're making a very clear decision that, you've got a sense of what the costs are, the complexity, hopefully take some good advice, and you then go through the process. And so, just perhaps you could elaborate on that rather than,
Kia ora. Yes, to answer the question around the pre-app process, the last year we've been really encouraging applicants to come talk to us at the start of the process to talk through their proposals, get technical advisors in there if required, to start having those gnarly conversations up front. The last thing we want is applicants to be blindsided throughout the process. We want them to be open discussions. In terms of the hearings, You are correct. Typically, applications going to hearing are where effects have been deemed to be more than minor, or there are potentially affected parties involved, or the applicant sought notification. So they are typically, where your matters are more significant compared to a non-notified process.
I just add, I think it's probably correct to say the more expensive usually is the more complex and significant applications. I'll just remind council as well. You agreed to reset the deposits. That was, and the idea being that what we ask for at the beginning of the process usually matches is what's charged at the end of the process, and so we're working really hard to ensure that those deposits, so that makes up for the majority of our interactions. So that level, the more expensive ones tend to not be, there tend to not be lots of them. That's for sure.
Thank you for that, Councillor Swiggs. Kia ora. Going back to the capacity problem, this is, I think there's like a systemic vulnerability at the moment with the commissioners. Especially, you've mentioned the fast tracking thing. How do we reduce that external reliance so that we're not at risk? Like, I'm seeing some red flags here at the moment. How do we reduce that risk? I know we've talked about it before, but are we doing anything, and can we do anything differently?
I think it's a really good question. It comes up regularly. How are we ensuring that we've got enough commissioners available to do the work that we need from consenting or fast track? I think my response today is we're still managing it, and I'm not suggesting that we've got an issue, but we're certainly keeping a watch on the availability of this skill set. I'm due to come back to the Regional Hearings Committee with a bit of an update on some initiatives with trying to encourage some of the more junior commissioners to get some more experience, and we've got some ideas around how we would do that. So I'll save that for the Regional Hearings Committee, but really bring in some of the more experienced commissioners with some of the more junior commissioners and see if there's some information sharing and some lessons learned that we can help foster. From a kind of a keep an eye on it and make sure it's not an issue perspective, we're reporting to the Regional Hearings Committee on that. And I'm whilst it's a challenge, it's not an issue yet. And so I think, yes, fast track is having an impact, but as you'll know, that we've got a separate list for fast track commissioners as well, trying to keep those things separate. So that doesn't impact on our substantive consenting processes. Really, all I can say is it's a watching brief, Councillor.
I think there's another. I just wish there was another way we could do it without the reliance on externalities. And I know that having impartiality and all that sort of stuff is important, but I don't know. There's some. I see some issues popping down the line, and I just want us to be aware of and on top of those. I wrote down here in regards to the compliance piece that I thought the risk classification methodology was slightly problematic from my perspective. And the reason I say that is, how is the high compliance risk defined, and so how are we defining the high risk? The high compliance risk, and how are we defining that? Because it looks like we might be conflating, well, the way I read it was conflating properties with audited non-compliance and those with no inspections in the last 3 years. So are you conflating that, or is it different? And I just wanted to make sure that from a risk perspective, we're not simplifying it so that we're not missing things.
There's two parameters for the risk matrix. The first one is an inherent risk, and that's where you might have a small scale and a large scale. There's also an environmental aspect to that, proximity to a waterway versus some distance. And then the other parameter is management of by the resource user. So that's where there's been an issue with non-compliance. And so that's how we're looking at the risk. I can understand your comment, however, for Table 1. I think what we're trying to do here is, this is an extrapolation of our risk parameters. So we're showing that if we have an issue like in, say, community drinking water supplies, that we can use our understanding of risk in a specific focus area. But we can also show that we're reducing our compliance risk for our known areas of non-compliance. And so I think at a high level, the risk framework is being used for us to identify the work we therefore need to do. And so while our understanding of risk is more simplified, what we're giving you here is specific targeted categories where we are using our risk framework to identify the right work.
No, that's good answer. I mean, it's the first time I've seen this, so I'm just trying to really. But when I saw that, it was just a risk of the the methodology that we're using to classify. So I was just wanted, and I was question around, and I think it was before, is Taumata Arawai. How do they interact with us in regards to the non-compliance of those community drinking water supplies, and is that changing when as the legislation changes? Our responsibility, I mean, is that changing?
I guess our experience has been specifically in Waihau. What Taumata Arawai is ensuring is that all of us, all the different agencies, so Environment Canterbury, as far as our role as the regulator in ensuring compliance and ensuring that we have the right policy settings and such, but that we're also interacting with the district council and in their accountabilities, they're playing more of that oversight role to ensure all the different agencies are collectively doing what they need to do. Yes?
I was just going to say that Taumata Arawai can instruct us to do something and construct a TA to do something. Recent examples, they've not needed to do that because we're all really clear on our responsibilities and who's doing what. So I think that's a good sign that everybody understands what they're supposed to do, and Taumata Arawai on the recent examples are satisfied with that.
Yeah, there's becoming there's becoming quite a complex web of who's responsible for what, and at some stage it might be really good to have a map of going, actually that's responsible for that, that's responsible for that, they're responsible for that. The picture is getting really clouded, so it might be useful just to have a big picture look at that at some stage. The other question I had was around the sample size and the representation or the representativeness of the sample size in that table. You've got 9 to 23 properties. Is the statistical validity of that okay to make a baseline?
So we're not trying to represent that we're improving the compliance status of all the community drinking water supplies. For me, there was a deliberate effort to make this quite small because we are transforming how we're looking at compliance. And so moving away from the monitoring one consent at a time and reporting to council that we've been busy, we've monitored 3,000, and well, what about the other 23,000? So what we're trying to show you is we can look at compliance, the whole compliance service in a different way, that we can do it based on risk. We can ensure the resource user is able to demonstrate compliance, and that we will target the areas that need to be resolved to reduce that compliance risk. So deliberately, these numbers are very small because in order for us to do this in the background, in the building here, I have to change all the processes. I have to change the digital architecture to enable this. All our systems say one consent at a time. All our systems say this is how we report. And so in order to enable this shift, so you can see a property level, resource user level reporting requires a significant amount of change, and that is absolutely part of the discussion that you'll have this afternoon around smart and enabling regulation.
So it's not necessarily making a baseline, or it is?
It's making a baseline for these properties, for these targeted categories, but not for all community drinking water supplies, only for the identified community drinking water supplies and these specific properties that we're going to monitor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Robinson.
I just about forgotten what I was going to say. Mine is regard to discharge consents and the sort of, I guess I'd like to know the feedback into the loop of where those consents that haven't been publicly notified within that criteria of whether or not they meet quality or, see, it's been too long. I guess permitted activities for discharges. Is there something in the Land and Water Regional Plan that is not assessing the result of what we're seeing? So there's a rule in the Land and Water Plan that specifically says do not public notify in these conditions. Is this part of the issue that we're seeing that we need to follow back to the original consent or non-consent if it was a permitted activity? That's my concern, is that some of these discharge consents may be something that is a rule that allows it, but in the end we're seeing the ramifications of that. So is there an assessment in this that shows that?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to answer that, but so permitted activities generally are a lower risk. And so there's a reason they're a permitted activity. However, there are some that require information to be sent to us. And so as part of this whole approach in ensuring that the resource user can demonstrate compliance, we can also do that with permitted activities, because we're already hearing from central government that there's very likely going to be more permitted activities, less consents. And so that doesn't mean that we don't track. And so all the work that we're doing in ensuring that someone can demonstrate their compliance would also be relevant for a permitted activity. It wouldn't matter if you're a consent or a permitted activity. If a permitted activity requires someone to submit something to the regional council, then we can set up our systems in order to do that. And that would be part or in line with what we're trying to do overarching in the compliance improvement work.
My question would be, to clarify it, if the public was notified in some of these consents that we're seeing quite a lot of non-compliance in, would that have changed the outcome of this, do you think? It might be a bit leading, but to be honest, there's parts in the Land and Water Regional Plan that probably need addressing as well, and that's in my opinion.
So consenting and compliance are just a portion of the regulatory cycle. So the improvements that we're making in consents and compliance will just better inform policy. And so again, instead of starting with policy and then going into consents and then into compliance, if we start looking at our core work, which is compliance, consenting, and then look at, therefore, what if we're delivering our compliance service well and we're still seeing an impact on the environment, then potentially there's a policy change that's needed. But this is all just part of that cycle. Yeah.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much. I'll phrase my comments as a question then. I think what Councillor Robinson was getting at there was the notification processes for our irrigation collectives and the value that the irrigation collectives have in controlling consents. And also the organisation puts quite a responsibility back on those collectives to provide that information that you've just alluded to in the environmental management reports and things like that. I'm not aware of any of those particular ones being non-compliant, but maybe Councillor Robinson has. So I think that's the question. The other question I just want to ask is in the table 1, it is obviously, you've obviously got the feeling that this is not the clarity that you can see that councillors at the table. I'm just wondering if you can actually think about how it may be, how it will be represented next time, because what I expect that we will see is, because the sample base is starting as a non-compliance and you're wanting to show the improvement to us, that we will have, I don't know, whatever figure it might be in the compliance under audit program or medium. So that 100 will go down over time, which is not what I'm thinking that people are actually understanding. And it goes to the point of Councillor Edge wanting a map. This is just the point in time. Tomorrow, that map's out of date because there'll be a change. So that's correct.
That's absolutely correct. And so we started, this is the first report for this financial year. We specifically identified the ones that were high risk, because that's our job, is to ensure that we're reducing that compliance status. And so it is a point in time that we started on 1 July and that we're going to demonstrate that we're improving this over time. And I think you will be seeing different reporting into the Regulatory Hearings Committee as a result of this shift in reporting as well.
Thank you for that, Jen. Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jen and team. Look, I just have a simple question. So how many of the 86 high-medium properties in Table 1 have a history of audited non-compliance? And if... No? Oh.
I'm unsure. I don't have the specifics in my head of the 86. Audited non-compliance, like in a farm environment plan? Yeah. I'm unsure. Apologies.
Okay, thanks. Is there any chance of just supplying that at some stage? That would be great. And if there are, I'm presuming there might be one. Let's just give it. Is there any follow up on any of those particular ones? Can you give me any information on what happens if you are have a history of audited non-compliance?
I'll give you a general overview of what happens when a non-compliance is identified. Especially if it's a significant non-compliance, we generate an action plan. And an action plan says what are the actions that the resource user will take to ensure that they are going to become compliant. As far as decisions around any enforcement action that's taken, we currently have an enforcement policy, but we also will be bringing council visibility of a compliance policy that's being drafted to reflect the changes in compliance approach that we're been doing over the past year. So that takes into consideration what is the history of non-compliance. Is it repeated in nature? Was it deliberate, or was it accidental? So there's various parameters that we consider, which then determines, do we simply work with them through an action plan so they're non-compliant and they work their way through compliance, or do we need to provide an abatement notice to be very clear on actions to do or something to cease, or do we use an infringement notice as a more direct deterrent to doing that action, or is it warrant a prosecution because it's of a substantial nature? So all of that sits within our compliance policy, so there is no specific compliance or enforcement action that's taken to a non-compliance of a farm environment plan audit, because you have to take into consideration the context behind that. Has there been a history of non-compliance? Was it an accident that happened on farm or something like that? All that is considered on an individual basis.
Thanks. That's great. So I'm very mindful that you're very busy, but if you could give a figure of what we were, and if there was any deliberate or ones that drew attention to requiring follow-up as a result of something other than an accident. Kia ora.
Okay, Councillor Mackenzie, and then we'll draw the questions to an end.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I just wanted to go back to some comments Vicky made, but most of the consent applications will be reconsenting existing consents, even though you treat them as new consents. And so whether the consent applicant has a choice or not is really a choice as whether they retain their business or they don't retain their business, isn't it? So if you're a brewery and you're renewing your consent to take water, the option of not renewing your consent to take water is not much of an option in terms of your everything else. And the second part to my question is in terms of the costs, and Vicky sort of was referring to the costs that ECAN pass on part of to consent applicants. But most consent applicants, I think for relatively simple consents, 50% of the applicant's costs go into their advisors or consent consultants. And if the consents are publicly notified or complicated, that cost to the applicant can be something like 2/3 of the total cost. So if it costs $100,000 of Environment Canterbury's costs, they may be typically having a cost of $200,000 in addition to that. So the total cost might be $300,000. And the $80,000 is the top bracket of consent applications, and there are whatever number it was above that. I mean, some of those consent application costs for the applicant run into the millions of dollars. So just to get all those numbers in perspective. Good, you're nodding, so I get the impression you all agree with.
For sure, there's Environment Canterbury costs to process consents, and then there's costs that we necessarily don't see, which is the cost to engage consultants, which is additional if required. I suppose the presentation or the briefing later today will say we're really trying to attempt to simplify that, so there's less reliance on external advice, make it simpler. So yeah, I take your point. There are additional costs that we don't necessarily see.
Thank you, Paul, Jen and Nadia. And I guess for me, I've just written 4 or 5 key words down here. The opportunity going forward is communication, challenges around consenting, change, duration, restructure, consultancy, costs, engagement, conditions, which all leads to the risk framework going forward. So I thank you for your robust discussion and the councillors for your questions, and now you can leave the table. And we'll bring the motion up. So this is the motion. Do I have someone to move this? Oh, Councillor Mackay, sorry. Seconder, Councillor Sacknell. Is there any discussion? Councillor Scott.
Look, I thought that was a very worthwhile discussion and some good stuff coming out of that. And I guess the encouragement that I would offer to the organisation is that when things become, some would say easier, but less complicated, some would say also from the RMA changes that are going to be made, that the point that I got from Jen was the fact that when you're looking at consents at the moment, it's a one-on-one thing. And Tim, it goes back to this whole thing about being able to simplify, I guess, internal processes around data collection and making that available and using AI or whatever. And you would think if consents are easier to get through the organisation, then we're going to have a more robust compliance and enforcement function, because that's where it sits. And most of the criticism, and Ian's dead right, most of the criticism that we get is, look, this thing's cost us a lot of money to get. And at the end of the day, if you're just doing a like on like, then my thing is that we should give some terms, 15 years at almost at a minimum, because if we have a strong enforcement end of the continuum, then we can actually do something about it And maybe that's what we should be doing more of than complicating consents coming out of the place.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Some very good points made there. Councillor Edge.
Thank you. Yeah. Look, it's a useful paper. I mean, my main comment was about how the information is conveyed in a visual sense. I'm sure that at one time we had pie diagrams that indicating some of those things about high risk and the proportions of properties and those sort of things. I think it is useful to have a spatial context for these things, north, central, south. And I say that in the view of in the future, if we go down the track of spatial planning and looking at a more bespoke sub-catchment processes where whoever's operating in a sub-catchment, the baseline requirements and outcomes are usually at the bottom of a catchment, and they can be tracked. It kind of seems, and I've raised the issue before, odd to me that if we've got a farm environment plan or a farm plan or whatever, where certain operations can be evaluated and ticked off as a single farm plan with one consent for everything. And the operations within that, the idea of having a water consent and then a take, all of those things, multiple consents for one farm plan seems inefficient. And you could deal with that in terms of compliance, I would think, in time to say, okay, you're not, Mr. Farm Plan Man, you're not complying in this particular aspect of your plan, so you deal with it. Anyway, so I just think that we are overly complicated, and I see the value later on of sub-catchment looking at it. And that way it makes it easy for everybody to understand, but it also means that collectively within a sub-catchment, for example, all the people in that who have individual farm plans, or whether it's an irrigation scheme or whatever, have the responsibility to ensure that they are all contributing to the final base outcome requirements and meeting all the indicators that they need to meet within that sub-catchment. But anyway, that's for another day. But I'm hoping that in the idea of regional spatial plans and the government's planning documents that are coming out, that will facilitate a new approach to evaluating consents and using our land. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Southworth.
Yep, thanks. Really good to see this paper and great to see the progress being made and the thinking that's being done. I think in terms of the cost, of course, a lot of the cost comes up front with consultants and the like on more complex consents. I think when if we have a planning framework that is able to really identify where particular areas have got a high risk and particular activities are particularly complex and high risk in those contexts, that's where there's a really big opportunity to reduce the complexity of the consent process or the consent consideration, because the consultant part is always going to be really high if we don't start to try and marry up where essentially what areas are suited to particular activities and which areas aren't. And so I think that's something which I know we've sort of started to think about or will be looking at in the next sort of iteration of planning framework. And so all these things go together. And I think it's when you have the whole system functioning, that's when you can confidently say, here's a 15-year consent. But until we've sort of got to that place, I think we have to be a bit precautionary, because we already haven't been precautionary enough, and hence we've got places where we've gone over allocated and beyond where we need to be with nutrient losses and the like. So, and our groundwater's not looking great. So I think it's great work in progress, lots to do, opportunity to simplify, but there's going to have to be some pretty bold decisions made by councillors in the future to arrive at that place. And being stuck with a government that's not allowing us to do plan changes and the like isn't going to help in the short term.
Okay, Councillor Robertson.
I just wanted to make a comment with regards to the farm discharge consents. It actually applies to most farms under 5.62 to 5.68, and it's a region-wide rule. So my main concern is, considering the next paper coming up is about nitrates, I think it's a good idea to actually discuss this as well as the public notification clause. So if the public doesn't get an input at this stage when discharges are being applied, then it's very difficult to claw back on the whole nitrate issue later on down the track. So yeah, it doesn't just apply to irrigation schemes, it applies to others as well, unless they meet special circumstances. And I think this is an option for us to discuss further. Yeah, we can't do rule changes, but we can actually still publicly notify if we can. And I think this is the time to do it. So that's my comment.
Okay, if there's no more discussion, we put this motion. Oh, yep, sorry. Yep, Councillor Mackay. John. I'm sorry, I was just trying to...
Get ready for lunch, that's fine, I'll be quick. Look, thank you very much through your chair to the staff and the team that have worked on this. And I know there's been, certainly from the consent side, it's been going on for quite a while to try and get rid of our lag stuff. And it will be nice to actually see us get up to that aspirational targets there, both for statutory timeframes and getting the consents through. And it is very pleasing to see compliance changing, because it isn't very effective. And I do agree with a couple of comments that have been made before, particularly around the aligning of consents on properties. It does make sense when they're quite close together to put them and consider them at once. And I know that we've been working on that with consent holders for probably more than a year now. So that piece of work that Councillor Edge has posed as a way forward is actually already in view. And similarly, Councillor Southwest comment around the planning system. I mean, it's the complexity in there of our own planning regulations, but then also the added complexity of national government policy statements and directives that we also have to apply with. So we've started from a very difficult place, but we are seeing, I won't use green shoots, but we're certainly seeing some improvement, but a lot more work to go yet. So I'm quite excited about seeing the improvement there. This is the bane of consent users, and certainly for those of us as rural councillors, consenting and compliance is a real issue. As a councillor, we don't get involved in the compliance, but we certainly get brought those issues and hear about them, and we do need to tidy up the system. And I'm sure that some of the urban councillors also hear about issues in that space. So pleased to receive this update and look forward to more updates in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mackay. You've made some very valued points there. So I'll now put this motion up. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Carried. Okay, we'll now break for lunch, and I'll see everyone here back at 5 to 1. welcome you back. And we'll now move on to 8.4, the pilot study on nitrate-nitrogen and E. coli contamination in private drinking wells. And I welcome Elaine to the table. And Fiona. And Cam, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Well, kia ora koutou, and thank you, Chair. And today we're here to report back on the actions that were approved at the February Regional Delivery Committee meeting. And I'm paraphrasing these here, but you can see them in point 10 of your report. Those actions were to run an enhanced communications campaign to raise awareness of the importance of testing private drinking water supplies, to run a pilot study to understand nitrate and E. coli concentrations in private drinking water supplies, and to consider the ongoing benefits of enhanced data collection and communications campaigns. This paper, as you're acutely aware, highlights the complex challenge of nitrate and E. coli contamination in drinking water. And that is a challenge that no single agency can resolve alone. So you'll see that the paper also shares an action plan that is designed to enhance a multi-agency response to addressing drinking water quality. I'll now hand over to Dr. Elaine Moriarty, who was the person leading the engagement with the New Zealand Institute for Public Health and Forensic Science, which is the agency that conducted the pilot study.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the paper today. I will take the paper as read, but there's the following points I would like to note. So Environment Canterbury monitors over 340 wells across the region as part of our State of Environment monitoring. We monitor for a range of compounds, including the indicator bacteria, E. coli, and nitrate, as in this study. These wells vary in depth and in their use, including irrigation and drinking water. The wells reflect the typical use of groundwater within the area. At Environment Canterbury, we use the results from the shallow groundwater bores to inform risk maps, which we produce. The study was commissioned following a notice of motion brought by Councillor Southworth and focused on an area in Burnham, Rolleston in Selwyn. As part of the pilot study, we sampled bore and tap water from inside the households in 18 households. We tested them for E. coli and nitrate on 3 occasions between May and July of this year. Now, the location for the study was chosen following consultation with Dr. Tim Chambers of University of Canterbury and Environment Canterbury staff. Now, you may remember Dr. Tim Chambers is working in collaboration with Greenpeace and GNS in doing some community testing and hosting a platform where the results are feeding into a platform, where nitrate results are stored and available to the public. At the same time, we ran a comms and engagement campaign to raise the awareness of nitrate and E. coli and the importance of testing your drinking water and of your septic tanks in the rural communities. And we promoted that all water used for drinking is treated as recommended by our Medical Officer of Health. I will leave it there and open up to questions from anyone.
Have you got anything to add, Cam? Or?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I will just bring your attention to page 56 of your agenda and an action plan that we have included within the paper. And particularly note that this is a set of actions that are already underway. Some of these are being strengthened, and there are a few new actions in there that we are initiating as well. Just to build on to Fiona's kind of early point, that there are a number of agencies that have roles and responsibilities in the drinking water space that was alluded to within the previous agenda item. And so collective action in this is really important. So some of these actions are
existing bits of work that we ultimately have responsible for, such as the compliance and consenting improvement work, which was the focus of the previous agenda item. But we're also working collectively around how we target communications to some of these private well owners, and also better share information across groups. We have an existing Canterbury drinking water reference group that was established after the Havelock North inquiry and changes from a central government perspective with regard to water services legislation. And so that's the group that we're really looking to strengthen. Part of the focus of that group has been on community drinking water supplies. And of course, the paper here today talks to some of the private suppliers or domestic supplies. And so there's an opportunity for us to better target some of the actions across agencies to support drinking water outcomes within those private supplies.
Thank you for that, Cam. Now I'll ask for questions of clarification, and can we just keep them reasonably brief, because time is going to be of the essence this afternoon. Councillor Mackenzie, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at a 2019 report from Dr. Helen Rutter, and it's using ECAN data with plotted wells, and for the 1990s, which shows a cluster of wells tested in exactly the same area as you've done this test. And there are 4 wells that I can see there. No, there are 5 wells that I can see that were regularly tested. And there were 2 that were between 8 parts per million and 27 parts per million, 2 between 6 and 8 parts per million, and 1 between 4 and 6 parts per million, which would tend to suggest that the nitrates in the 1990s were no different to the nitrates we're measuring today in that exactly same area. You've just done a higher number of wells, but is it fair to say that it doesn't look like much has changed?
I'm not familiar with that study, so I would need to have a look at that report. But what I can say is the data is showing that I think it was 66% of our wells showed an increasing trend of nitrates. So this may be increasing by, depending on the range, 0.1 milligrams, or it could be 1 to 2 milligrams a year. It is increasing. So yes, it's a historical issue in the area, but there are pockets where you get higher concentrations in Selwyn. And even as part of this study, with it, there's parts where we got concentrations, as you know, by 56% of them were below MAV. So it's mixed in the area. So it'd be important just to see the exact area.
I mean, this is ECAN provided information that Helen Rutter is describing, and I've shown it to David, but it's exactly the same triangle as where you've tested your wells for this test, so which is interesting. So the information looks like it correlates extremely well, but there's no change, no effect, no significant change in the nitrate.
If you're happy for me to have a view of that paper at the end, I'll have a look and come back to governance on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, firstly, just to confirm that, just to say that if the last question was correct and there has been no change, that's quite concerning, isn't it, when we've had a planning framework and compliance and everything else and farmers trying to reduce their losses, and that would be a problem. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what comes back. The study area was in an area of moderate high risk. So on our maps we have the pale yellow and then we have the red for high risk. So would a moderate high risk be contained within what we colour up as yellow?
Yes, yellow is a moderate risk on our map, and then I think it's the pinky red colour there is the high risk area. There's a few high risk areas within the Selwyn zone, but most of it is at that moderate level.
The data that we've now got seems like, to me, that seems like quite high odds that you're going to hit on a well that's got either E. coli or nitrate in it, or both. So are we going to refine our maps to actually have a wider range of classifications rather than like high, moderate and low? Do we need some more refinement around that mid-range in the pale yellow?
What I can say is that we are currently refining our maps, and we would look to increase the nuance that's there in that moderate area. In this study, we had some wells that were very low and some that were above the MAV, and that's typically what we see in a moderate risk area.
From the description of the area, the study area, so under in point 21, it talks about the types of land use within that study area and identifies specifically that elevated levels were concentrated in the southwest of the study area, down gradient from an area of intensive agricultural land use. So in refining coming up with more nuance in those yellow areas, will you be looking at the land use that's being practiced to help support where you define some of those boundaries?
To the Chair, we haven't defined what the scope of that would be, but land use is certainly something we can take into consideration.
Great, thank you. And then Taumata Aroa, so this is, you might not know the answer to this one, but in the past, Taumata Aroa provide information about, some of these suitable mechanisms to remove contaminants in supplies for, I think it's like community supplies. When I've looked online in the past, there doesn't seem to be much advice other than going to like a range of different salespeople to identify what's the best solution for a household tap. Do you know if Taumata Aroa, and I think they'd indicated they were going to look at this, but I haven't seen anything, to actually identify sort of like the best option? So, is it reverse osmosis? Is it those sort of exchange beads with ion exchange, or, some guidance to help people? Because it's actually a really complex and technical area. There's the upfront cost and then long-term maintenance costs. And so it feels like you're throwing individuals with that expertise a challenge to work out what's best. So is there any, if they're not doing it, is that something we could consider?
Through the Chair, following my discussions with Taumata Aroa, they are looking at the education approach for communities who are in households under 25 households who supply their own drinking water, because it falls outside of legislation. I agree, it is a very complex area, and it really depends a lot on where you are, the volume of water, the number of people in your household. It's quite nuanced. So that is why it tends to be those experts in the area. We haven't in the past, as far as maybe Cam can.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I just add that this is exactly the kind of conversation we want to take to the Canterbury Drinking Water Reference Group. So on that group sits obviously Environment Canterbury, all territorial authorities across Canterbury, Taumata Aroa and Te Whatu Ora. And so a lot of the focus of that group in the past has been on some information sharing good practice, etc. I think there's a real opportunity to think about the form of information that we are taking, particularly in some of those high-risk areas where we know there are likely to be elevated nitrate concentrations. So the thing is, how do we target the right people, and what's the kind of information that's going to really help facilitate uptake of treatment devices and treatment devices that are effective?
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's really important. And then, so in the attachment, hang on, where'd it go? I think it's in this. There's a table with taps, comparing taps. Where did I see that one? Here we go. Right. So page 59, there's a summary of the results, and there's the groundwater column, and then there's the tap column. And the tap and the groundwater results aren't anywhere near as different as I might have hoped. And so I'm curious, can you tell me how many of the taps had got a treatment system on them? And then of those, how many were actually functioning to drop the nitrate concentration below half MAV, which is the point at which certainly suppliers start kicking into additional testing requirements and various things. So have you got that information?
Through the chair, 5 of the households had a system in place. There were a variety of types of systems. Not all of them were functioning or maintained probably up to where you'd like them to be. And following our study and the first round of information we shared with the households, one of those maintained and upgraded their filters. And from then on, we were getting very good reductions in the concentrations of nitrate and in the reductions of E. coli when they're functioning properly.
And so the 5 were all on, of the 5 that had a filter or a system, sorry, it's not really a filter, is it, of the system, were they ones that had got above MAV?
From memory, they were definitely above half MAV, but I just would need to check the exact numbers and come back to you on that.
Yeah, I'm interested to know, of the people who we've now identified had got above MAV, like had they all clocked that and had they all installed a system? Because if not, then obviously that's a particular concern. Of course, now they'll know, but it'd be interesting if they didn't know and they found that out, and and just noting as well, of the highest result was 15 milligrams per litre, and we note that the nitrate kit is generally about a 70% reduction, and on that basis it would bring a 15 milligram per litre down to 4.5 milligrams per litre, which isn't far off half MAV again. So it's just interesting. It's not a complete panacea and take you down below the 1 that some people are concerned about.
Through the chair, I'd just like to point out that when I say it was about 70% reduction, that was on them without potentially them working properly or being sized or maintained properly. We didn't assess that. I am sure some of the suppliers of those would be able to give you information on the rates of removal, and they can be very high, and you can get right down to 1 or 2 milligrams of nitrate using them or less and remove your E. coli. It just is making sure you have the right treatment system for the environment you're in and the volume of water. And really importantly, you're testing your water, you're ensuring your septic tank is functioning properly, and you're maintaining your system.
Which really emphasises the point that was raised and Cam raised about finding a way to provide that good information, make sure when people invest, they're really investing in the right piece of kit for them. So thank you. That's great. Thanks.
Councillor Sacknell.
My apologies, I inhaled some powdered sugar. I tried to kill myself. I'm still struggling. Thank you for the report. I wasn't here for the initial parts of it. I would like to ask a couple of comments and some questions, and I understand some of the real concern about the high nitrate levels of what have come out of that study, and across the gradient we have water that's coming in from areas that are more traditional dry land septic tanks, bits and pieces with no great intensification, which are showing high nitrate numbers, and then that bottom corner where there is potentially the influence of intensive agriculture showing higher. So I go, there's high and there's higher. There's nothing in that surprises me, given the role within the zone and our understanding of those dynamics. And I get a bit concerned when I hear from people, well, we're going to have to do something because we've got this. We have known something since 2010. And if I quote our rule here, it says, farms in the Selwyn Waihora catchment with consent conditions to reduce their nitrogen losses from 1st January 2022. That's 3 years ago. We do not and will not expect to see any great change from rules that have been put in place and implemented over the last 3 years. So in my mind, yes, it's high. We don't want it high. But we also recognise when we put those rules in place that it was almost going to be intergenerational in pulling back. So in 3 years, I don't expect to see great amounts of change. But we have drawn that line in the sand. So how do we guess? I'm hearing just a slightly different story from Environment Canterbury now, is going, this is what needs to happen, yet we've got a process in place that hasn't had the time to actually see the implementation and the results coming out of it. How do we balance, I guess, the view of what we believe we might need to do today versus what we've put in place literally only 3 years ago? Is there a difference in that thinking, or is it a difference in philosophical things around the table?
Through the chair, I may defer to Dr. Davey on that.
Thank you, and through the chair. I think one of the things when we've talked about lags to you and externally as well in the past is what I refer to as a biophysical lag, which is to do with the length of time it takes for nitrate as a dissolved contaminant to move through groundwater, but also a regulatory lag, which is what you're referring to. That the plan came in place for Sau and Waihora in 2015, 16, or somewhere in that sort of area. But it was that the rules came into place for the major reductions in 2022, as you've just highlighted. So that's the fact that we've had a plan in place does not necessarily mean that things are instantly changing, and of course then there's the whole thing around consents and the time it takes. So that's the regulatory lag that is referred to. So this is a really difficult space, I'd have to say that, of that, we have got plans in place. The plans are talking about reductions. We do know when we look at the data that comes particularly from Overseer. And when I say from Overseer, I don't necessarily mean Overseer as a model making a prediction of what comes in. Overseer also collects a huge amount of information about the inputs, so that the Overseer company has a huge amount of data for Canterbury about the amount of inputs in terms of fertiliser and cows and things like that. And when those data have been analysed, and there was a report which I'm happy to circulate from about a couple of years ago, which showed that there has been a reduction in the amount of nitrate coming through now, or going in, perhaps I should say. Now, the tension that we're holding is that we're not necessarily seeing those results in our monitoring. But I would, and this is one of the difficulties of when a paper is produced and then something new comes out, and there is a paper that has just come out. In fact, I received it on Tuesday, and it's from Professor Rich McDowell in Ag Research and a couple of other authors. And they're particularly, what they were interested in looking at was in the Central Plains area, so the Central Plains water area, there are what appears to be, a reduction in nitrate in the groundwater. And the question they were asking is that real? Is it a real? And this is a really difficult question to answer, because you're dealing with lags, you're dealing with climate interference in the sense of the climate signal, and so. But what they've clearly differentiated out is exactly those things. What is a sort of biophysical lag that you might expect, given what is known has happened on farm, and then what is the climatic effect? And fundamentally what they've come up with saying is that actually, this is real, that there is a reduction in the measured groundwater in this area in nitrate. It is still high, and but it is a reduction. And one of the problems that we always face on this is, what time do you do a trend analysis over? Is it 10 years, 5 years? You go too long, you won't detect any change that might be happening immediately. You go too short, you'll get climate interference. And so it is a difficult space to do. But I think the really encouraging thing from this paper that is, as I say, has just come out, is that it is saying that, no, actually we are starting to see a reduction, but it is still high. So, and then there are a couple of other instances. I saw some data a couple of weeks ago in the Fairley area, which was showing reduction in the concentration of nitrate in groundwater wells, and which you could link to change in farm practices. So we are starting to get some evidence, but it is still high. Is the point that I would make.
Thank you for that, Tim, and I'm aware of that paper. I'm also the chair of the review panel for CPW as an independent member. So we've got the bumpy data of 5 to 7 years where our scientists say we cannot put a trend in it, but we are nervous. And then we have Rich's piece of work going, we're actually seeing some reduction. So it's challenging to look at 5 to 7 years of data and bumpiness and understand, is it that mound that's coming that we all were advised of when we put Selwyn and Waihora together? Are we seeing those changes? So it's really, my conversation is not such a challenge back as say, we have bumpy data, we knew we were going to get worse before we got better. There are those wee green shoots, and I'm just nervous that if we go, oh my God, we have a emergency, we have to do something. We've only just implemented the plans and the implementation on the ground and starting to see some change. So that's the nervousness for me. A whole lot of work's gone into something. We don't want to throw it away and then impose another set of rules or something on top of it, given we don't understand if our first set of implementation and stuff is getting play. It's not an excuse. We all accept the levels are high. It's about bringing them down. So
thanks
thank you for
John. Fiona, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I imagine that some of you may now be looking for the report that Tim referred to. It's my understanding that that report was presented to the Minister for the Environment on Tuesday, and that it's okay. It's okay. That the Ministry for the Environment is planning to release it on their website later this week. So early warning. There we go.
Thank you.
Richie presented preliminary findings to a meeting I was at in Ashburton the other day. And look, if I can just add to Tim's comments, really, and that is that MHV's got this very thorough groundwater surveying going on in the Hinds catchment, and it looks like the peaks are slightly lower than they used to be. So you get noise, and they've differentiated between the dry years and the wet years to try to make more sense of the noise in the terms of the spikes and depressions. And there is early indication, which tends to support Richie McDowell's information, that the peaks are not quite as high as they used to be, and maybe the troughs are a wee bit lower. And that's certainly showing up in the surface water bodies, even though it's a muted response in the groundwater. So, but we can be optimistic even if it's not a scientific trend yet.
Councillor Scott, thanks for that, Ian. Okay. Yeah. Everyone's on the list. Clear.
Thank you. So I might just add my bit of positive news locally too, because I understand that Waimea Irrigation Limited works with Environment Canterbury in the catchment area, which I'm trying to set up a catchment group in, which is having its meeting shortly. And we've got some data from long term there that's looking very promising too as far as improvements go. So yeah, it's a space to watch. Look, I think, thanks for presenting the paper. I mean, this has shown us what we know. The relationship with our current monitoring is very close, both for nitrates and E. coli. Now, I guess from my perspective, and I can talk from personal circumstances here, that E. coli is a huge health risk. As a farmer, I've been through this where we were on the farm. We hosted some children, not at our house, but at another house on the property, hosted some child from Auckland who returned home and suddenly became very sick in hospital. And so, of course, the question that they were asked is, had they been on a farm? Yes, they had been on a farm. So the authorities, public health and the TAs descended on us We felt very, very terrible about it. We did have some E. coli in the tap water supply, nothing in the well. And it was a long, drawn-out process and a lot of worry, and it turned out that the E. coli infection that the child had was different to what we had. So these things hit home, and it's a real worry for a landowner or a well owner or a household that's been impacted. But when you got these results, was the public health advised as well? Because
Apologies. And through the chair, actually, Councillor Mackay, I remember that case because I worked with ESR at the time of that. And it is really, really heartbreaking when the details come in and of when E. coli is in your drinking water. And that is a real immediate, instant problem that you have as a household. And yes, in this situation, we informed community and public health of the bacteria within the drinking water. It lies slightly with legislation that they are not the body who issue the health advice with private drinking water. It's, and Cam may be able to speak to that, it falls a bit in a grey area, but we did issue them with health advice, and then we held, following each sampling round, we informed them of their result and what they can do from treatment to boiling, particularly for E. coli. And then at the very end, we had a webinar for just the households involved in the study. And at that webinar, we had Selwyn District Council, we invited Tolmata ROI, and Dr. Cheryl Brunton from Te Whatu Ora was there and was able to answer any questions or queries and was available afterwards for the households to have a chat. The other point on that is a number of the households, when they were informed about the E. coli present in their water, they reported anecdotally experiencing gastroenteritis symptoms in their family in the previous days.
Thank you for that. Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Sunkel, Mackenzie Mackay for examples of, as the Chair requested, time-conscious questions. And also thanks for mentioning 2010. My question kind of relates to that and what you've written in here. Given that the term science-led was criticised in 2010, ECAM was criticised for using science-led material by the Creech report and then Merrill Forum, which of course resulted in the removal of councillors. Should the public have the same concerns about the mentioning of science-led pilot study in 10B and science-led Canterbury Regional Council and community data collection project in 10C? Kia ora.
Perhaps through you, Chair, I'll start with answering this. And as a member of the science group at the time of the Creech report, perhaps I can comment on it. The science-led reference in the Creech report, as I understand it, was referring to the overall organisation and the implementation through into policy and across the whole of the spectrum. This is about a specific study, and I think it is appropriate that it be science-led because it is about gathering data and interpreting those.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks for this. And thanks for telling us that you're going to be looking at the way that information is presented in terms of mapping and that sort of thing to give us a wee bit more information, because I'm looking at the nitrate concentration maps that are just generally boxes. I mean, that's pretty high level sort of stuff, and doesn't help really address catchment based spatial context, which sounds in this case in terms of the sampling is really, really important. My question, and some of my questions have been answered already. One question on page 60 in terms of well depths. The average depth of the wells that were in the study were 48 metres, with a range of 36 to 58 metres. I have a well at my place, and neighbours have a similar sort of situation where the wells are around about 25 to 30 metres. Do you, in the bar graph below, it's suggested that there's quite high levels of nitrates and in both basically from above the MAV and above 11.3 in some cases at a depth of 40 metres and below. Is that a bit alarming in that the infiltration diffusion rates within that area seem to be abnormally low in the ground in terms of the well depth and where it's being drawn from?
Through the chair, you typically see wells that are shallow in nature with a higher number of them would have nitrate concentration. We do see some of our wells that are up to 150 metres deep that do have nitrate concentrations in it. They are the exception rather than the norm, but we as scientists would prefer if we never saw nitrate down that deep in our wells. And it can come in from many sources. It can be through the aquifer itself or down through the wellhead.
Just mentioning the relationship between this discussion we had on the plan in 2022 versus the comments in 2010. The alarming rate in terms of water allocation in the whole CWMS process was flagged around about 2020. Sorry, about year 2000. And was sufficient information in terms of the health of the water, groundwater, provided in the early 2000s rather than looking at 20 years on? Because 20 years... what's that? I remember in the zone committee in Waimakariri seeing a graph right at the beginning of the process of understanding what's going on. And with the implementation of the Waimakariri irrigation scheme, the bar graph went from something quite steady up to about 2006, and then it went up like that very quickly with the intensification of dairy industry within the upper zones of the gravel sort of zones in West Melton. Do we have that information for this particular study area?
Can I just really clarify the question you're asking is it, do I have the information from 2006 onwards and the land use change and its impact on what the water quality at the time as well? Is that your question?
Yes, it is. We just heard the argument that there's not much change taking place over a relatively short time frame, but in actual fact, if you look at the lag stuff in the groundwater 20 years ago or 15 years ago and what it is now, what is that showing in terms of a trend? The trend is what is the trend? We're hearing that it's you can't tell because of 5 or 7 years, but when you look at 15 years, twice the length, surely there's a trend that it's possible if that information had been collected.
As I understand the question, if we look at the groundwater across the region, approximately 66% of our groundwater wells are showing an increasing trend. And that data can be analysed down in different year portions. And you rightly said, the shorter the time frame, the more positive we could possibly be. But we always have to take climate into consideration. In terms of the evidence that was provided back then at the plan change, I wasn't working here, but I can imagine all available information was shared. But when we look back now, we may think differently upon it.
Yeah, thanks for that. I suppose I was just picking up on Councillor Sunkel suggesting that we can't tell whether we're are actually reducing things when the levels are actually very, very high at the starting point. We're above those samples were well above the MAV in the sampling, and presumably that has reached that over a certain time length. But look, I think what I would appreciate, I suppose, is to see whether or not you can tell us through some investigation as to what the original levels were 15 to 20 years ago in that particular area and what has happened since, to be able to say this is derived from ABC.
Okay. Councillor East.
Presumably, if I may just butt in here, Chair, if we're going to do that, we should go to 1990, because I'm still looking at the exact plots, which shows the pink area up by where it crosses the Selwyn, which is mapped as a red spots up there, and this exact triangle that you've done the retesting.
Councillor East, did you have a question?
Yes. Look, a very, very emotive subject. And researchers will point you in one direction, the medical profession in another, and I'm sort of intrigued with Councillor Mackenzie's assertion that decades ago the levels were the same, or the same sort of inference of high levels was being indicated, and also in your report, a number of wells in not too distant from high points showed acceptable or low levels of nitrates. I'm also sort of mindful of having been involved with nitrate analysis in the Ashburton Lakes area, where the farming industry up there were having their finger pointed fairly heavily at them for their agricultural processes causing increases in nitrates. They in turn commissioned their own sampling and in fact found that they were finding higher nitrate levels at the ridgeline and in wells halfway up the valley. So to bring this sort of into question here, my question really is, how do we establish, if at all, there may be some existing or natural nitrate levels in parts of our sampling area? So what sort of studies in geology, geomorphology, that sort of thing could give rise to supporting maybe that there are some natural sources of nitrate, which it would seem, if Councillor Mackenzie's analysis is right, if we go back into the 90s or earlier, we are finding high nitrates in that in the same area. So I'd like to sort of somehow or other eliminate the possibility of natural nitrates being in that environment, and if we look at the results, and I suppose they've got to be collaborated with current testing regimes and things, you could say, well, despite the fact that there's been a quite intensified increase of agricultural practices in there, particularly dairy, over that 30 or 40 years, there doesn't seem to have been a hell of a lot of change in nitrates. So,
question, David, please.
So my question really is, I'd probably like to see some sort of evidential analysis that says where we are finding high nitrates now and our wells where we are not, is there any significant difference in the geology, geomorphology, or any other natural feature that may answer that question?
I'm happy to...
I think the groundwater expert in the room may speak, but through the chair, Councillor East, what I can say is we do see areas that have low to minimal levels of nitrate in very deep groundwater, so that would give me confidence that it is not naturally occurring within it. But Dr. Davey?
Thank you, although I'm not a groundwater expert. But look, immediately after this, I will circulate a paper that came out in the Journal of Hydrology last year from two of our staff that take records from the 1950s through to to 2019 and show. Now, of course, the difficulty with that is they're not the same wells, because in the 50s they were one-off samples and things, but it's very similar to the Helen Rutter study that Councillor Mackenzie referred to. And it quite clearly shows where you can see increasing nitrate concentration. So I'll circulate that immediately after, but there is no doubt that we have seen increasing nitrate concentrations across the Canterbury Plains over the last 30 years.
Not denying that at all, but I'd really like to know a base level of nitrates in the Canterbury Plains and surroundings. If we have a base level of 2%, 2 parts per million, and our current is 5, well, yeah, we're probably increase at a doubling up. But if we find that our base level was 5 and we're now 6, well, it's not much of an increase.
Okay, we've got Councillor Scott, then Councillor Swiggs, and then Councillor Robinson.
This is just a bit of anecdotal. And the question really is Burnham a bit of an outlier? I mean, I mentioned to you when I was at Lincoln, before you were born actually, Dr. Moriarty, it was well known then by leading soil scientists that if you could pump water around the Burnham, you didn't have to put nitrogen on to grow a crop because it was in the groundwater. And I'm just wondering if any of that legacy nitrogen is like to be left in the groundwater in this area. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. It's anecdotal. So
$10 million question.
I suppose it all depends on the age of the groundwater and the residence time that it has there. But I'm sure there's some of it already there. As Dr. Davey said, there was, going back to the 1950s, that there was concentrations of nitrate relatively high detected in the plains.
Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, thank you. I kind of liken this to the report that we had yesterday on the dust and changing understanding of the impacts on health. And so this is the particular one around the health. And Claire asked the question around the E. coli, so it's good to hear that work was done. What I'm interested in is what's next, and you've got your notes there that's underway. But I was reading that, and I don't know what the CDWRG, what is that, an acronym? The Canterbury Drinking Water Reference Group. Who are they? So the question I had was, who are they? What mandate do they have? What decision-making powers, and do they have any funding?
Through you, Chair. So the Canterbury Drinking Water Reference Group is what was formed in response to the Havelock North incident, drinking water incident up there, and in response to changes to from central government with regard to water services legislation. And so this is a group of staff members from territorial authorities, the 10 across Canterbury, Regional Council, Taumata Arawai, and Te Whatu Ora. The main purpose of that group has been to share information, to inform actions to improve drinking water outcomes, largely focused on drinking water, community drinking water sources, and to support kind of consistent regional-wide communications, etc. There's not they don't have a decision-making role, and they're just funded out of existing staffing budgets. However, there is a lot to be said for a group such as that coming together to better support some of the information that we provide through to both community drinking water suppliers, but also domestic self-suppliers. And we're seeing that as an area where we can make improvements, building on Councillor Southworth's earlier comment around what kind of information do we need to provide, and how do we get that targeted information out there so some of these people can make informed decisions.
That actually leads into the next question I had, is the gap on those personal or those private suppliers. There seems to be a gap in the regulations there. I don't know how that has not been properly addressed with the changes to the to Mata Arawai and the regulations. So I think there's a little bit more work that we need to, well not us, but somebody needs to do. But I'm going to come back to the next plan, the action plan. I mean, the partnership piece there's a couple of things, TAs and whatnot, but the Canterbury Drinking Water Reference Group, have they ever considered nitrate as a drinking water problem within the work that they've been doing, or is this, because this is purely focused on a nitrate issue, and so have they ever been looking at the nitrate issue as their drinking water issues as they were rolling through post-Havelock North, or was it very isolated to just E. coli?
Through your chair, absolutely looking across nitrate and E. coli. But again, a large part of the focus has been around community drinking water suppliers. And you referenced there some of the regulatory gaps, and so I provide a little bit of detail there. So Te Mata Arawai and the water services legislation from central government largely talks to community supplies, and so the threshold there has changed over time. However, that typically applies to suppliers of 25 people or more, and so when that kicks in, they have registration requirements, there'll be testing requirements and treatment requirements where needed. For supplies of under 25, that's where the onus really is on the domestic self-supplier to undertake testing, treatment, etc. And so I think what we've been thinking about at a staff level is how to make sure we're connecting to those people across the key agencies involved, how we connect into those people to make sure that they can make informed decisions. They understand if they're living in a risky, in a high-risk area, and they also have a better understanding of some of the options in front of them.
That's good. I mean, and the other one is, the government's intention is to double exports without really a plan to value add. So that would potentially mean doubling the production output for our whole country. Are we at capacity? From the research that you had, are we able to deduce what the capacity is for where our rules naturally sit? Are we able to extrapolate what would be the capacity of load bearing different use cases for the land that we have out in our region? What I'm trying to ask really is, are we able to figure out what is the maximum that we can do? Because if we're being forced by regulation, if regulation is forcing us to double exports, which could potentially mean doubling everything that we do, are we able to get data from this so that we can say, actually, this is all that our land can handle unless we have these other consequences? And that's the trade-off.
Through you, Chair, I think it's quite clear from these results that there is no appetite for adding additional nitrate contamination or E. coli challenges to our drinking water supplies. So we don't specifically have an analysis of load as such, but when we're thinking about growth, obviously the agricultural industry is very focused on new technologies and production efficiencies to optimise their production whilst minimising environmental impacts. And so there's ongoing research in that sector that will continue to look at those advancements. The load test as such is not something that we're focusing on here.
No, and just one more from that, and that was the last question I had was around what the plan doesn't really talk about. Okay, what are some of the direct interventions that we could ask for or can do? So I just wanted to understand, maybe not now, but somewhere down the track, this council needs to get on top of what are those things that we can be looking and advocating to both the industry, because a lot of the partnership here is with mana whenua, with councils, with TAs. A little mention of explore industry fundings and testing, but I think we need to think about how do we engage the industry a little bit better, because I feel like they're the ones perceptively causing the issues. So how do we start bringing them into the solution. So I don't think you can answer that question now, but it's a question that's on my mind.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Swiggs. Councillor Robertson?
No, thank you for this. My question is more sort of holistically about sub-regional, the nitrogen loss and the performance of that loss and the collective sort of looking at private well testing here and overall in general. And so I guess we have goals in looking at nitrogen losses over time and considering, I guess, the elevated results here in private well tests, plugging that into the overall picture, how are we looking for achieving those nitrogen loss, goals and achievements in our sub-regional plans? Can you answer that at all, or? Because a lot of the consents within the sub-regional plans rely on the achieving these goals and limits within a time period, a set time limit. Like, so when you look at Selwyn Waihora under Plan Change 1, which was operative in 2016, with the increases in nitrates in some of these tests, how does that look for the overall picture of achieving those goals within the set? Well, no, but I'm just talking about just the overall. Well, I'm just saying what it says here. It says operative on here. Can staff answer me, please? Sorry.
Yeah, through you, Chair. It's been discussed already, some of the challenges associated with measuring more recent kind of on-farm changes. However, I also point to the Section 35 review that we're doing of our planning framework, which is looking at exactly some of those questions, given what the plan intended to do when it was set and the sub-regionals included within that. Are we seeing results that align with the original plan intentions, or is it improvement on that, or is it something else? And so that's part of that work.
Councillor Cranwell.
Kia ora koutou. As you well know, nearly all Ngaitau marae are in a rural area, and we know recently from the Waimati case that Waiho marae have to ship water in because of high nitrates. So nitrates are a big issue for mana whenua. I noticed in the pilot study you shared the results shared with Mahanui Kuratai. Were they involved at the start, or were they just given the results at the end?
Through you, Chair, I discussed the project with them and explained the focus of it and why we were looking at the area we were looking at and not working in with local runanga in terms of selection of the sites, that we had quite a particular area we were looking at, and I met with them yesterday, shared the findings, and also with Arafanawa and Waiho.
See the action plan on page 56, which I commend. It looks good, and I noticed mana whenua are involved in that. So I just, you've got there in 45 that quarter with mana whenua and the next train on drinking water quality across the region. So I really, the action plan, I see mana whenua involved. I see the cross-agency work, that it's bigger than just us and the environment Canterbury and mana whenua. It's a health issue, and we've heard, we had dust yesterday, as Councillor Swiggs mentioned. So these kind of health issues are quite important, especially when it comes, to our constituents. And so, and of course, groundwater and nitrates are a big issue. And we know at the moment we can't. I know we've got plans in place, and we can't do anything with planning at the moment, just with this current government and where we're at. But I just commend you on that action plan, and looking forward and be able to work together for the betterment of all of us. Kia ora.
Councillor Southworth.
Sorry, just don't know if this is going to be a question you can answer off the top of your head, but I'm just thinking there was the 190 kilograms of synthetic fertilizer cap put in place a few years ago, which I think is still in place. I don't think that's one that's fallen off. So in terms of the reductions that were required through our plans, are they taking, like, when that 190 came in, was Canterbury in general already below that level of application, and therefore it didn't really affect anyone very much? And were our plans already bringing people below that level or not? I'm just thinking, because our plans were directing in a particular way and reducing, but the 190 came in, and I got the sense that was a bit of a yeah.
So Canterbury farms at times were in excess of 190. So absolutely, that's where they were. It was more and often, and so with the mixture of irrigation, frequent and high applications, it was sort of just in time. It wasn't huge dumps, and soil, as we understood it, and losses from the fertiliser application weren't a significant issue in losses of nitrate to the receiving environment. You could argue that the extra nitrogen grew more grass, which allowed more cows to grow, which more urine and the like. So the fertiliser piece itself wasn't an issue. It was, I guess, the more grass grown and the stocking rate that would contribute more to the losses rather than the fertiliser itself. So we were higher on those more intensive farms, but again, there was a mix of farms across a continuum of high and low. But a number were well in excess of that, but managing it in the process. So it was the ultimate number of cows that could be fed rather than the fertiliser itself that was creating the issue.
A supplementary to Councillor Sunkel. So with our plans, so those farms that were substantially higher than the 190 cap, because they would have had the baseline. So our plans work on as I understand it, worked on a baseline, and then it's a percentage reduction below that's then been required. But when that 190 came in, that essentially forced the hand to drop substantially. Or can you make it up with something else anyway, like, a non-synthetic, like chicken fertilizer or something?
Yes and no. So it was one of the tools available. So when we did the Selwyn Waihora plan, we could not anticipate some intervention in time. So we could only look at the tools that were available, and they were how we manage winter grazing, wet areas, fertilizer, and a bunch of things. So within the management systems that we had to do those reductions, if you reduce the nitrogen input and reduce the grass grown, then there is and still is the opportunity to purchase grain or other feed sources to bring that balance up, which potentially have an effect on nitrate-nitrogen loss. If you work that through an overseer budget, the overseer budget will assume you have eaten all your grass and then the extra feed comes in. So it's not a direct one-to-one kind of relationship of bringing feed in as opposed to bringing nitrogen and fertiliser. But it has provided the opportunity to reduce. And so within the Selwyn zone, a dairy farm that was losing more than 15 kilograms of nitrate-nitrogen per hectare had to reduce by 30%. So that's a third of the losses coming out from those farms. And if we shifted into mid-Canterbury, the reduction there by 30 is a 35% reduction. So it is part of the use of the tools. People are putting more frequent application, less on, more often, and growth. So just a whole bunch of the toolbox, but yes, it had a positive effect in the reductions.
It's all about the R's, right place, right time, right day.
But baseline was based on good management practice, and good management practice would have been assessed as being less than, it wasn't. Baseline wasn't based on what you were doing. It was based on good management practice for your farming system. So you were restricted to a whole lot of stuff, and then you had to reduce from there. So there's a double way of working. And I think, I just agree with John, that the nitrate cap, the nitrogen fertiliser cap, has made a significant difference. Though those people who are using chicken manure or compost or some other forms, actually, that doesn't count, but that you could consider that a loophole. but that's a slow release form anyway. So it's whether that was ever responsible for leaching us didn't. Yeah.
Councillor Swiggs.
Yeah, I just want to come back to the what we're doing next. Now, in your action plan, and I forgot to mention it before, was the advocate for stronger national alignment for freshwater health drinking water standards. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about what do you mean? Because
through you, Chair. Obviously, there's a big reform program on with regard to central government at the moment, and providing this form of information to them so they're visible of the issue we're facing down here, but also ensuring that they are thinking about what the water services legislation should look like versus new resource management reform, versus if there's a new policy statement on freshwater management, making sure they've got alignment there that drive improved drinking water outcomes.
Can I ask another question on that? So we know where they're going. We know where the government's policy is going, and it's not in the direction that you're thinking, well, that would help this necessarily. So what's the plan B? Is there a plan B? And is there another way to do the advocacy for other things that may make a difference, such as, we're talking about here non-regulatory stuff, and I don't want to leave this conversation with just, hey, look, this is what we're up to, and it's all the same as what we've already been doing. Are there other things that can be done?
Yeah, so and through you again, Chair. I'd hate you to think that this action plan is just a continuation of the status quo, because there are a number of kind of mechanisms within here that we are absolutely strengthening, and you're well aware of the improvements we're making to both our consent work and our compliance work. We've got a significant amount of consent renewals coming up, and so we're focusing effort within those spaces. We do know that there are likely to be changes with regard to what requires a consent, what doesn't require a consent into the future, but making sure that we've got the proper kind of information, we understand kind of the risk profiling of different kind of catchments, and we can put that into those processes. You'll also know we've got a real focus on our non-regulatory side of the business as well at the moment. So you'll hear about the regulatory side of our business in a briefing later today. However, we're also thinking about what can we do from a non-regulatory perspective to support catchment outcomes. And this is already happening across some parts of Canterbury, but we know there's a lot of focus on constructed wetlands to respond to some nitrate issues. So it's diving into some of those spaces as well.
Sorry, I'm going to get a little bit picky here. Sorry, Chair. So the resolution recommendations is note the actions underway or planned to reduce the impact of nitrates. So you're saying that the action plan, which is relating to that, is got some new interventions and new things that you're doing, which may have budget implications. So how do you have the mandate from us to say, yeah, go ahead, do that, because all we're doing is noting it?
Through you again, Chair. So some of these, if we investigate them further, and I'm thinking particularly if you look at the action plan items 6 and 7 there around treatment, we're looking to have through the drinking water reference group collectively kind of understand what level of treatment currently exists within domestic self-supplies, and if it's low, what mechanisms are best to facilitate uptake of that. And if that shows some form of funding mechanism is most appropriate, that's absolutely, and there was a regional council role in supporting that funding, a decision would absolutely come back to this council.
Okay, I think we've had a really good discussion, and I'm sorry to bring the questions to an end, but I'm very conscious of the fact that time is ticking on, and I'd like to thank Fiona and Cam for coming and speaking to us. Sorry, Elaine, I'll get the right name. I was thinking something else. And thank you for being part of this very thorough discussion. And if any councillors want to raise any more points with these staff members, I'm sure they'd be more than happy to talk about it or receive an email. So on that, I'll ask you to leave the table. And now we'll bring the motion up.
Chair, I was just wondering, picking up on Councillor Swig's comment, in noting Chair Pauling's desire when we do these recommendations that we're actually purposefully actioning something, I'm wondering in item 2, could we change that rather from notes to endorsing the actions proposed?
No. Is there any reason?
Just as I've said,
Still.
No, well, if the chair doesn't want to do it, I'm not.
Do I have someone to move this motion? Thanks. Thanks, Claire. Thanks, John. Now, is there any discussion? John?
Thanks. For me, being involved in the Selwyn Waihora zone from the get-go, putting the zipper together, having the science, the understanding, and implementing the processes that we've put in place to reduce nitrate, sediment, E. coli, a whole bunch of things, that plan has only been fully operative for 3 years. So I get nervous when we want to take other actions when we genuinely haven't given time for those actions that we've put in place. And when we have a social contract with a whole bunch of people where we've agreed to actions and outcomes. So I really want to see us let those implementations flow for a bit of time to see that we are achieving something before we rush in and do something else. That's my nervousness.
It's very, very valid.
Chair, I'm going to propose an amendment to item 2.
Okay. Do we need an amendment?
As I said before, so I'm now formally proposing an amendment. So I need a seconder. The amendment would be, in item 2, endorses the proposed actions in table 1 under the planned or reduced to reduce the impact of nitrate contamination in drinking water. So,
yes, that's what he said. Do you want to see? I'm just saying if you've got a second.
I'm
happy to.
I'm happy to see.
Well, there you go.
Okay. So proposing a motion, and the change would be.
We'll just adjourn the meeting for a moment.
Okay.
going live again. We are going to leave the motion the way it is, because if we put that there, then if you go to table 1 here, which has the things we can do to action plans in private drinking wells, it doesn't include other actions such as MAR projects or things like that. So we have to leave the motion the way it is. I'm sorry. Yeah, and also includes other agencies. So that's the way it is. I've made that decision as the chairman, and so we put the motion back up. The original. So this is agenda item 8.4. There's the motion in front of us. It was moved by Councillor Mackay. It's seconded by Councillor Sacknell. Do those two people want to talk to this? John has. So you want to wait to the end, Claire?
Just quickly, look, thank you for bringing the paper and thank you for the discussion. I do think that this is obviously multifactorial and multi-agency to fix, and am happy enough to note the actions from the various agencies here, and also acknowledging that our non-statutory work that our land and water team, or water and land and water team, I think they're called, is doing, and the uplift that we've had in that team within the organisation with the arrival of PIM. So I think there's some real effort that can go in here, but it is going to take quite some time to actually get these levels down to something that's acceptable to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, look, I support these two notes, but I will add...
Sorry. Claire has had her right of reply, so that is it.
No, that was them introducing their support. We haven't had any debate on the motion.
Okay then, sorry. I was just doing what I was told. Oh, okay, rightio.
So I'll try and I'll be very brief. But once we've landowners have implemented a lot of the plans that are in place, the various plan changes, and the land and water plan, which John has talked about in seconding the motion. The next level of intervention that this council has got a bad track record of supporting, but should be supporting unequivocally, is catchment-wide interventions where we know we can get significant improvements quite quickly in water quality. And if you go to the nitrate plume above Tynwell, was being dramatically improved by the MAR project, as was a plume above Winslow, where the recordings have shown that nitrate levels in drinking wells at Winslow have reduced from 8 parts per million down to below 4. Unfortunately, that project has been put on hold by consenting the requirement, a clumsy approach from this council on the consenting process, which has been to the huge disadvantage of the Hinds Plains community. So this council can do a whole lot more to help improve our water quality, drinking water quality in particular, but also the background levels of our water quality, by being a little bit more open-minded about how it can enable catchment-wide initiatives.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Chair. Look, let's not kid ourselves. Nitrates and the state of the freshwater in Canterbury remains the greatest concern for the people of this region. And while many of you will reinforce this message as you're out there seeking re-election, I'll remind you that this report was actually an outcome of a notice of motion by Councillor Vicky Southworth. And again, I want to thank Councillor Southworth and remind Councillors Mackay, East, Sunknall, McKenzie, Joe Davies, Dion Swiggs and Chair Ward, you voted against this, so we wouldn't have had the opportunity for this pilot program.
Yeah.
Hold on a second, please. I'd just like to continue my bit. I never interrupted you. Thank you. Now, I suppose I should be heartened, though, having gone through all of the candidate profiles and those that have bothered to mention about water. Councillor Mackay, no mention. Councillor McKenzie, no mention. Councillor Scott, no mention. But I am.
Hold on. I'm talking.
I'm about to. Thank you. I'm about to. Thankfully, Councillor Swiggs is writing of water security. Councillor Davies, his focus on water protection. Councillor East even said water is our blood. Without it, we cannot live. Councillor Sunknall talks about accessing clean water. And Councillor Ward, you mentioned about your Balance Award, which includes water sustainability. So hopefully for the people of Canterbury, the biggest issue that faces us now, existential, and in many cases, we've had a number of people come through this organisation, and I look to you, Councillor Karakia, with the very moving speech that we got from Dardanelle here in this room about the impact upon the members of her community, the members of the South Canterbury, Mid Canterbury communities when it came to health and cancers. So hopefully this is the beginning of something that actually is meaningful. And again, I want to thank you, Councillor Southworth, for bringing that original notice of motion. Kia ora.
Councillor Edge.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Southworth. I think it was really worthwhile for us to have this bit of an update of a small portion of what's going on in a small part of Selwyn District Council. And I suspect similar things are going on in other parts of Canterbury as well. But we know historically, over the last 25 years, that nitrates have risen across Canterbury. And there are measures in place to try to stop that. But the horse has bolted a little bit, and there's a lot of nitrate still moving through the system, no matter what we do now. And it will take quite some time before we get back to anything that's remotely like it might have been pre the land use intensification that we've got now. You know, in a way, this report is a bit sober in terms of when you look at this report in relationship to the annual groundwater quality survey as well. There are immense problems, and we've got to solve them, and probably have to solve these things at a faster pace than what we're doing now. But there are some inventive things, and I absolutely agree with, partially agree with Councillor Mackenzie. I actually think it's sub-catchment planning, spatial context, working with more bespoke solutions with industry and the people who are managing the land, and adapt really importantly in that respect. And I think that there is hope, and I hope people will look to that as a different way forward in terms of how we look at stock, pasture management, all of those things, land use activity, land use change, climate impacts are coming as well. So all of those sort of things are going to be in the mix as we go forward. But part of that is ensuring that the science that we have is ahead of the game as well in the way that we manage things. And in all of this, reducing this whole consenting litigious or consenting process in the litigious land and water regional plan that we have, which has made things really difficult for people to be inventive and creative about how they manage the land. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Southworth.
Yep, thanks. So really pleased to see this paper. And whilst some around the table might feel like they already knew everything that was in it before it got here, personally I didn't, and I'm really pleased to see what's here. And it's really good to see it captured exactly what we are doing and some of the further work, particularly interested in the part around understanding who's already installed the systems, because we've been promoting the need for checking your water quality and installing treatment because boiling water doesn't work for nitrates. So it's really good to see. That would be interesting to see the cost impacts, because I think that's something that isn't very well understood at this point in time. I would note that the Harbour Bosch process was industrialised 1913. I think artificial or synthetic fertiliser has been in quite widespread use since the 50s. So just because there's a hotspot in the 1990s doesn't mean that it's from some sort of natural source. I suspect it very definitely wasn't. And a quick Google searching, you can see trucks with fertiliser blown around some time ago in the last century. So there's lots of understanding that I think it's important that the understanding around this table is we needed to know that everybody understands it, all the councillors understand it, because it is an absolutely vital issue for Canterbury. And I think where the big discussion and difference of opinion comes in is just how quickly we can achieve reductions and what the value of reducing nitrate concentrations is. Rather than it being we can only do it at this pace. I don't think our pace is as fast as it perhaps should be, albeit that I know that there are places where we are now, the farmers are making some progress, but I think there's room for more, and I think we need to keep the pressure on for that. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you. I think this paper and also the next one point to the fact that we can't, that we have got some issues. So we've got some background issue, and I agree with Councillor Mackenzie in terms of the non-statutory stuff. We need to work into that area a bit quicker than that. We can't plan, as Councillor Cranwell said, for 27, I think it is. So you can't plan your way out of this. You can, but it's going to be, that's going to be at least if you started now, a 10-year process. And I don't think we've got that long, to establish what we're talking about completely, and the other thing, to be able to do some non-statutory stuff. And I know, talking to people within the building, there's a desire to go and do some of that stuff and work with catchment groups and take the other opportunities that we have to do things, because I think that's one of the things that we need to do. I mean, we may have got a bad reputation because we don't do anything. We talk about stuff all the time, and we had a big talk fest this afternoon again about this. So I'm just hoping that in the next triennium, the council that comes in be more affirmative about the actions that they have to take towards trying to get ahead of some of this stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Robertson.
No, thanks for this. It's a difficult thing to talk about, actually. I end up sitting here self-censoring myself, trying to be careful with what I say, but I thank Councillor Burns actually for actually sometimes being rough around the edges, but actually saying it how it is and how it feels. We're up against a challenge, and I don't think what we're doing is anywhere near enough. Selwyn Waihora zone seeking 30% nitrogen loss reduction by 2037. Heko Hines, 36% reduction by 2035. Plan change 5, Waitaki, it hasn't reached anywhere near the targets. Waimakariri, 15% reduction needed by 2030. I mean, we're looking at all these plan changes that are trying to address what's going on, but we're not achieving them. If not, it's been an increase. Something we're doing isn't enough, and we need to know really clearly what it is. So I thanks to Councillor Southworth here for actually just not identifying the data as such, but actually showing us with some transparency what others may know at the table, but what we don't know as a collective. And I thank you for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Oh, Councillor Karakia, and then Councillor Swiggs.
Kia ora te timana. I've listened to this actually online and then sort of back here, and everyone is trying to get some sort of position on where this sort of whole nitrate issue, where it started from, the history of it, present, and then also into the future. I'm going to just give a overview around the Ngāi Tahu perspective, because Ngāi Tahu, through their rangatiratanga, and that is also affirmed in the treaty settlements, that they have the right and the responsibility to ensure that the water is protected. And that is the concept of te manawa te wai. And this must not be just words in a planning document. It must be lived in practice. That means giving first priority to health of water, second to health of people, and only then economic or commercial interests. That is really sacrosanct, where the iwi actually sits on te manawa te wai. I think the other part of it too is that we cannot afford to minimise or defer this issue. not anymore. And so I tautoko what Councillor Scott said is that this here really needs to be a new kind of dawn, a segue into the next triennium, particularly to deal with this issue. Enough talk. We really need to have councillors that are going to come in here and actually address the real issue, and that is actually things that are to the detriment of Te Manawa Te Wai, and nitrogen is actually right up there. You can have all the science in the world, but as a number of speakers here today have articulated, is that you can go back to the 50s, you can do whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, this is actually about intensification of agriculture, and particularly dairying. This is actually about addressing the issue. And you're right, Councillor Burns, there was an impassioned plea here in this council by the Waihao Runanga. And I was down there actually at Glenavy on that night when the people actually all came together and actually said, yes, we have a problem. And it was identified there. So in all of this, I just want to say that this is actually not about anti-farming, not at all. This is actually about looking to the future. That's what we have to do. Are we going to leave this in a better place? At this stage, that is quite concerning that we're not. So, kia ora, thank you for all the presentations that have gone on here in regards to this paper. But at the end of the day, we need to actually all agree. We're agreeing to disagree in some ways, but we need to find some way forward that, this Te Manawa Te Wai concept, and particularly where nitrogen sits in all of this whole thing, needs to be addressed. And we've done enough talking in this triennium. I think there needs to be a lot more action in the next one. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Swiggs.
Most of what I wanted to say has been said, but I just wanted to touch on the amendment that Councillor Edge did try and say. I really want to see these, for important issues like this, I want to see the resolutions, because they're the ones that go in our trackers. They need to stand on their own 2 feet. So I wasn't too pleased when it was just noting stuff, and I've been on about this the whole term. I think for something like this, it would have been really good to have, especially for the new council to come in, to be able to look at that resolution tracker and go, these are the things that we've asked to do, because I don't want to have to go through the pages of the reports in the past and look at it. So I think that we need to do that better, because that's how we keep ourselves accountable, and that's how I want to sort of make sure that we follow these things through. But the non-regulatory stuff, which is the questions that I was asking, are really, really important, and I would have liked to have seen some more of that in there. But I hope we can pick that up in the next term and pick out how we will look at that from a catchment by catchment place, because those are the things that will change. I've been out on some of the farms in the region and talked to the people doing some of this work, and they're very passionate and they're engaged and they want to do the right thing. So how do we enable them to do the right thing is the real question that I've asked, and the rules aren't the way necessarily to always get the outcomes that we want. So looking forward to doing that work and seeing what that looks like in the absence of 2027 being able to do any plan changes.
Sorry, Councillor Cranwell, but it's your turn now.
I'll speak for half an hour just to wind you up.
You've got
Councillor Ward.
5 minutes, max.
Te reo first. Kia ora tātou. We had a council, but I was on the CWMS from inception in 2011. I was on the Selwyn water zone from 2016. PC1, as we've heard, went in 2015. It's 2025. It's 10 years. It's probably up for, if CWMS is still actually going, it'll be up for review. do anything with our plan changes at the moment, as we heard from Councillor Scott. We can't plan our way out of this at the moment. But nitrates in drinking water is real. We have councillors, we've heard, around the table who have nitrates in their drinking water. Hopefully over the next couple of years it doesn't get worse. So, we don't have to, when pregnant ladies turn up to their houses, they don't have to tell them to bring their own fresh water, drinking water, because he can't offer a drink out of the tap. So the issue is real, and we're talking a lot around here, and it's quite scary, because we've seen what happened at Waiho down in Waimate, as Councillor Korako's already said, and others, that we had deputation from Waiho Runanga talking about trucking water into their marae. They can't, Manaaki look after their manuhiri, and that's just the start. As that's happening down at Waimate, it's going to slowly spread across the plains if we don't do anything. And we've heard from also that, at the moment we can't plan our way out of it. Maybe it is non-statutory. So as we had the plea from Korako and Swigs saying for the next council coming in, that it actually, that's probably one of the big things we need to look at. Well, the new council needs to look at anyway, and that actually probably getting out to those small communities and finding ways that that we can decrease nitrates at the moment. We know there's a lag coming. We know there's, as we've heard in the post, but what can we do right now, to limit the nitrates actually going into our waterways, into our groundwater? So I really like the action plan. I'm really looking forward to mana whenua being involved, and similar to Swigs is actually, if we do, this action plan works, how are we going to pay for it? Annual plan, long-term plan, working across our multi-agency, but just know that this issue is real. It's actually quite scary, actually. It's been on the front page of the press and other news agencies that I think we know it's there, but it's how, as councillors, especially in the next triennium, how we get out into the community and actually try and make change. So kia kaha koutou, kei te ki mai nei, ātera tau no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tata katoa, kia ora.
Thank you for that. As a chair, maybe I'll just try and close maybe with a little bit of a farmer's perspective who's been involved in precision agriculture for 15 years. I know that a lot of there's more than just some farmers, as some councillors have said around there, who are trying to, or are more than trying to, reduce the amount of all types of fertiliser they're using, especially nitrogen, and using a lot of technology to do that, like lots of soil testing, satellite imagery and stuff like that, and actually growing the same amount of food or the same amount of production with 30% less fertiliser. And I know dairy farmers who are only putting on 110 to 120 kgs of N and getting very, very good production. So it is an intergenerational thing. And if we stop using nitrogen tomorrow, it's not going to drop overnight. It's going to take at least 15 years. But everyone is working towards it. And I think we just need to be patient. But this council needs to keep, as Councillor Scott and Councillor Swiggs said, we need to keep working on it, and we need to do lots more work on it. So thank you for all your discussion. And I'll now put this motion up. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Carried. Thank you. Now, in the because of time, Tim and I have had a discussion, and the next two papers will be taken as read because we've got other briefings. Sorry, Shirley, that you've sat here for an hour and a half or 2 hours and haven't been able to present the paper that was next. So if we go to 8.5, which is the upper Waitaki water quality results. Is everyone happy that we take that paper as being read?
So we would normally have staff introduce this, wouldn't we? So you're saying we won't have staff introduce?
No.
Well, I guess what I would like to ask Tim is there value to having staff introduce it?
Through you, Chair, look, this is about time, and I mean, we can still have questions. It's just, I think that we can take the paper as read and move quickly into it, is what we're suggesting.
So very, very brief. Okay, staff are available for questions, clarification. But just can we please, because of time, can we make this extremely brief? I mean, I think we've had really good discussion on all the major things on the agenda today. And okay, so let's just, yeah. I'll hand over to Shirley, Elaine and Fiona.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just happy to take questions.
Councillor Edge.
Just one quick question on page 66. Sorry, no, page 68. There's some dots there that have a red and a blue. Can you tell us what and there's nothing in the key to say what that half dot, half blue, half red means?
Thank you. So there is a key, and it may be difficult to discern. The blue, if the circle indicates either one half or the whole of the circle is blue, that indicates that the nutrient limit set in the Land and Water Regional Plan is being met at that site. If the circle is red on the left-hand side, that means that that site does not meet the dissolved reactive phosphorus limit set in the Land and Water Regional Plan. And similarly, if it's red on the right-hand side, that means that that site does not meet the Land and Water Regional Plan limit for nitrate-nitrogen.
Okay, I see the bottom there, the DPR and the nitrate levels.
Through your check, correct, that is correct, and I apologise for not providing the full text.
Councillor Southworth.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, slightly, I mean, it's concerning when you see all the red and the red tables and so on. I'm just wondering whether in other high country lakes across the region, might we expect to see similar? And is there voluntary action happening? Because I'm understanding the Ahuriri Arm and so on, there's some compliance where there's relevant consents, and there's also some voluntary action similar to what's been happening in Otu Wharikai. Do we have the capacity? Do we have the science to justify putting a focus in on those other high country lakes as well, such as those in the Waimakariri?
So through Chair, pardon, I can start. So through you, correct, through the engagement with the community, particularly in the Ahuriri arm of Lake Benmore and in Otu Wharikai. Lakes is the area of focus in terms of working with landowners to ensure that those outcomes for those lakes can be achieved. We're not actively working as intensely in other areas of high country lakes, but effects are still and outcomes are still being managed through our normal regulatory and landowner engagement processes, but not to the same level of intensity.
Do we have the similar level of information? Like, I mean, could you present, say, the Waimakariri?
Yes, we do. We certainly monitor over 30 high country lakes, and we report primarily through LAWA, the Annual Trophic Level Index, TLI, but we could bring to the Council a summary of the state of those other lakes that aren't reported today.
So just to say, I think that would be really valuable. The Ahuriri Arm, which we're talking about and have in this paper here, is something that was being flagged to me when I was doing my master's back in 2017, and we're now in 2025. And as a councillor, I can see that, you know, we're getting a report on what's being done. It'd be much better to get ahead. And so, you know, if there's some of those other high country lakes, I think the council needs to understand what there is and what the options are around voluntary. And then when we're able to do some more planning, I think the high country lakes is an area that's recognised as being particularly vulnerable and that our plans are not sufficient to protect them. And so getting ahead and knowing what to do and when we can would be really valuable for the next council to have in front of them.
Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Chair. Look, just on page 69, 16, where it talks about, and quote, in catchments where stored nutrients, e.g. nitrate, are really available for leaching, and then talking about climatic conditions, and then actually going further down to 21, climate change impacts. Do we have any sense of the quantity, the impact of these stored nutrients as we start to see higher temperatures within the water and perhaps more events which are going to wash off and leach off?
Through you, the Chair. We don't have hard data that can quantify those combined pressures in those environments of effects of climate change and event-driven nutrient losses into those lakes. We have an emerging understanding about the risks, and particularly the risks with those climate change projections. They are complex. Those lakes will respond in a complex way. When you consider the interactions of, particularly for our glacial lakes, changes in water clarity that may enable more algal growth if the nutrient supply is there. But the processes are complex. So we can talk in principle, but not quantitatively at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Swiggs.
Hi, thank you very much. In the next steps to this paper, there's a whole lot of actions that we could do or that are kind of happening. And it's too much to talk about right now, so I'm not going to get into it. But I was thinking that, and I'm quite concerned by this paper because I think these things are kind of like the canary in the coal mine situation, in my opinion. I would like for the new council to have a briefing on all of the lakes and all of those next step interventions, so that when it comes to the next annual plan process, we can pick off and start figuring out what they do, feeding into that non-regulatory work, so what we can do and can't do and how much it's going to cost and things like that. So the resolution, in my opinion, is a little bit weak, and it should probably have another resolution there just to say that in the first 100 days of the new council that there's a briefing on this, on the lakes and those next step interventions that you could or can't do and how much they're going to cost, because I just think we need more time and energy put onto this, because it's kind of that high level stuff that feeds into everything else in our region. So I don't know if that would be an amendment or the staff would be happy to just amend something, but I do think we just need to have something on there to say we're going to come back and talk about this.
Maybe that could be noted.
From a staff level, we'd be more than happy to provide that if there was an opportunity in the next triennium.
Thank you, Elaine. Councillor Mackay, did you have a quick question?
Well, I do have a quick question, and it goes back to the previous one around the impacts of the lakes, and you're not quite knowing impacts from climate change, but my imagination in some of these areas in the high country, particularly dry countries now, where pasture growth is limited and it's supplemented by a bit of irrigation. If you have more natural rainfall, higher temperatures, you actually may get more pasture growth that will take up some of that nitrogen. Does it correlate exactly with increased stocking numbers as well? I don't know, because I would think that people are pretty conservative in those areas. Fiona's looking a bit confused with my question.
Do you want to have a think about that one?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I'm not sure that there was a question, but
I think it was a statement.
I think it's a statement. We can certainly look at that and provide some consideration in what we bring back in the next training.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more questions? If not, I'd like to thank Elaine, Sorry, I'm hopeless with names. Shirley and Fiona for coming to the table. Sorry, it's all been a bit rushed, but we appreciate all your work you've done in this space, and we'll ask you to leave the table. Councillor Scott's moved this motion, and Councillor Aegis.
Just going to say I'll support a motion for an amendment to the effect that Councillor Swiggs has suggested, just to make sure that this does come back to us and that there is some action on that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Sucknall.
We got one so far, at least to a vote.
Councillor Swiggs.
I actually would like it in the resolution because I think it is that important that we need to have some oversight over it, and I don't want it to get lost. So, I would move if the mover and seconder would be happy to have it added as a part of the staff resolution or staff recommendations. Otherwise, I'll be moving an amendment to put this in for the first 100 days to get a briefing to the council on this report and all of our Canterbury lakes.
Yeah, I think the mover and seconder are happy with that.
Just from the seconder's point of view, having been the Upper Waitaki Zone Committee, the issues and challenges they've tried to bring to the table, I think it is well worthwhile bringing it back, and I think it's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and Chair, I'm happy with this because I think it's one of those things that we've talked about enough, and we talked about talking about things, and we need to do something. So yeah, I'm happy.
And I mean, I agree on that because I've spent quite a lot of time in that catchment in the last 3 years. So I think, yeah. We'll just adjourn the meeting for a minute. The motion is about to appear. It's been a bit of a wordsmith. Too late now. So you see there that number 2 requests that staff brief the new council on Canterbury High Country Lakes within 100 days. Okay.
Can I say as the mover of that, I think that's fine, and I think we should expedite any discussion on this and go to a vote, Chair.
That's what I was going to do. So, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Carried. Oh.
Once it's said, it can't be taken.
Right, now, 8.6. Order, please. Come on, we're still online.
You know, Craig could have an opportunity there. I tell you, he's the biggest idiot.
The groundwater levels in Canterbury in the spring of 2025. This is in your agenda on page 71 to 75. And we're going to take this report as read.
I can confirm, bloody wet in Brookside, that's all we need to know.
Yeah, I'll move.
Second.
Is there any quick questions of the 3 staff? And I mean very quick, like 20 seconds each.
Just one question about the map. It would be really useful if this map on figure 1, instead of a whole lot of dots that are crossing over each other, that you actually expanded that and I could actually see what the dots mean for example, Waimakariri. There's red dots, grey dots, blue dots. I've got no idea where they are. And let's just, a series of maps, not one that's kind of, it doesn't mean anything. Cheers, thanks.
Okay. Daniel, is there any?
Thank you, Chair. We can produce maps at any resolution. One of the things is we have quite a lot of data, which is a benefit, but it becomes difficult as we try and produce a region-wide map. So, yeah, we can definitely produce some more zoomed-in ones for any particular zone. Thank you.
Supplementary, in that case, we have developed some under our draft regional policy statements, some freshwater management units. Even if it was done in that format, so that you can clip out, if a councillor wanted something, you do it on a A3 page or whatever that is more specific. We can understand the context in a spatial context. I'll say it again. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. Councillor Swiggs.
No, sorry, when I was reading this, I was quite interested
15
in
seconds.
overlaying the data for La Nina and El Nino weather conditions, because I noticed it is quite a bell pattern. So it's something to think about in the future, because it is useful, and also marine sea temperatures as well. Could be, just in case we wanted to predicate things into the future.
Okay, if there's no more questions, thank you, Elaine, Daniel and Fiona. And I'll ask you to leave the table. Right, we've got the motion here. Was there any discussion? No discussion. Okay, we put this motion forward. All those in favour, please say aye. Anyone against? Carried. Thank you. As this is the last meeting of the Regional Delivery Committee, I'd like to thank you for your support during my term as a chairman, and also like to thank Deputy Chairman Councillor Cranwell, and also Chair Leads Councillor Mackay, Councillor McKenzie and Councillor Davies. I've enjoyed working with you all, and I now declare, will we have the Karakia at the end of the briefings? Or do you want to do it now?
Claire's not here. She hasn't gone, has she?
No, she's just gone away.
I know. I'll leave Claire can finish off after the briefings. Just to thank you, Chair Ward, for chairing the regional delivery. Nei anō te mihi kia koe. Kia ora.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you for your patience today. I knew it was going to be a bit of a long one, because there was some hot potatoes in the room to talk about, but it's been some really good discussion, and I think it's will set us up in a good space going forward for the new council and whoever's sitting around the table. So thank you. You can all have a 3-minute stretch, and then we'll have some briefings. Thank you.